Hi, I'm Mintmai. Welcome back to the bakery. How are you? How are you? I want to know. Cause I'm so sleepy. I'll be so candid. Wow, I've been doing so good though, but I've been working very hard behind the scenes. And so yesterday I went to sleep at 7:30. And I think I like woke up a few times between, including like I woke up and got up at one time to like feed my cat. I went to sleep last night at 7:30 p.m. and I like woke up. I did wake up and then I fell back asleep and I got up at midnight to brush my teeth and wash my face. Ooh, I also just had lunch. Good stuff. Hi, Miss Mintmai. Hi. Hello. I saw that you've successfully quit smoking for quite some time. Congratulations, Maple. I'm so happy for you. I saw big achievement. You should give yourself a lot of kudos for that. Yes. Don't smoke, kids. 1 year. Yeah, congratulations. Wow, props to you for quitting smoking. Also, if you guys hear any bzz sounds in the background, my neighbor's doing a little construction, I guess, because it's a Saturday. But hopefully it's not, it's not too audible. I can hear it a little bit. I don't know if you can. It's okay. I'll recreate it for you. But congratulations, Maple. I'm so happy for you. I'm very proud of you for like sticking to, I think it's really cool when people make a commitment to themselves and they're able to like stick through it, even though it's something like that can be really hard. It can be hard to quit. But we're proud of you. Yeah. Otsukare. Otsu, healthier lifestyle goal, Thank you for the ambient ASMR. You're very welcome. Speaking of ASMR, I watched some ASMR videos yesterday just because, I could say it's for studying, but it's more so my personal hobby. Can I call that a hobby even? I love ASMR videos and I always have. But I've had this ASMR video that's been like sitting on the Mintmai workbench for so long and I like re-recorded it in November. It's been sitting on the workbench and every single time sorry to make you wait, but I'm getting there. It's because I'm sound mixing it myself to like make sure that I'm like editing it myself so that there's no really sudden loud noises or anything, because it's kind of new for me. But yeah, no one warns you what it feels like to edit your own ASMR. Nothing can prepare you for how you sound whispering. I'll let you guys all know right here and right now. Maybe you're not interested in making whispery content, but if you don't like hearing recordings of yourself talking, or if you feel awkward when you're put on the spot or you listen to a recording of you singing, ASMR is a whole nother beast to get over. Putting even more love into it will only make it extra special. Ooh, I hope so. I think I've been putting a lot of thought into it, so I'm being patient with myself with the process. That's my goal. But today our big thing, our main goal for today is dun, 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 drawing. Oisho. I gotta make sure that the color is all coordinated ahead of time. But it's been a really long time since I've done an art stream. I feel like the last time I did an art stream was unfortunately members only, when I made the wallpaper for Membuns. But I hadn't meant for that to be my last art stream in so long. So today I'm happy to say that, we're back and properly doing like a full, feel free to just chill, lurk, chat with me, because I love yapping while I art. Or you can draw with me too. It's a good time. But I'm happy that I can, stream art again. There was no, I never stopped technically. But I do think that I wanna draw on stream more. I used to And I feel like I'm trying to get back into this schedule, but I used to stream art at least once a week. I was really, really good about that. It was like every single Sunday was art stream day. And I feel like because my just like general work schedule and everything has been a little bit different, and I've been streaming a lot of games, and I love Zatsus as well, but I think art is kind of like a Zatsu-dan stream, like a just chatting stream with extra Coco Melon in the background. The Coco Melon being me drawing. But yeah, let's have so much fun drawing together. I'm gonna go ahead, go to the art screen right now, but let's talk about whatever we want together. I guess I'll pull up some old artwork to show off while we're here. Yay! Okay, yeah, I got some old artwork because I feel like some of these things I drew long before I met a lot of flower friends too. It's always nice to see people come into the bakery and they're like, "Wow, what have you drawn before? What is this?" I have my tablet as well, of course. My tablet with my little flower friend stickers on it. So would this technically be a just chatting and drawing stream? Yeah, I mean, I consider it an art stream, you know, but it's not a silent stream. It's far from being quiet. I feel like having short hair today. Or maybe indecisive. I'm so indecisive. Twin tails. Let's do twin tails. This looks cute. I feel cute. Bum bum bum. But yeah, this is Mintku. It's me dressed as Hatsune Miku, but not like a direct cosplay. It's kind of a redesign. So the skirt has like a little menu. It's a Mintmai Miku. And then the leek is like it's a pastry that's like dipped in like colorful chocolate. But yeah, it's been a while since I've sat down and drawn something with you guys. And I'm like, I want to finish a drawing together again. I want to get really into the swing of doing that. So let's see. The menu skirt is so small and cute. Yeah, and like all these artworks are on, you know, Twitter, and I have, oh my gosh, I've got everyone's favorite, my personal, one of my favorite OCs, obviously. We got Miss Minturva. These are the drawings I did that I did for her. Yeah, she's really fun to draw. She's super fun and like easy to draw for me. Sobbing. Oh no. Jump scare. Surprise. I have another one of her too that I did more recently. I wanted to try this thing where by making the background transparent in my art program, I can have like this, you can have this really cool effect where the character art actually extends beyond the background. No, it wasn't for D&D. It was for a roleplay event. It was for like a roleplay event with a bunch of other VTubers and streamers. Minecraft, yeah. VCraft Enchanted. But yeah, I really liked this drawing too. I draw her sometimes just as like a warm-up because she's so fun to draw. And oftentimes I want to draw something like different from you know, I usually draw myself. I drew this offline actually, I think, just to share. Really, I think this has a time lapse too. Yeah, this one has a time lapse that goes with it. As you can see, sometimes I just go straight in. This art is so heartthrob. Kya. Huh? No. Shy. I feel like a lot of times I want to, I guess, only post more finished art, but this is one of those things where I'm like, sometimes you have an idea in your head and it can be messy and you just want to get it out. Yeah, idol Mintmai fansa. I did my best. There are a lot of times where I'm like, you know, in an alternate universe, I would love to be one of those illustrators that's like, I guess some people I know are illustrators like that, but it's like you don't post anything. you just drop art like once every 3 months, and then it's like you draw something just like insanely beautiful, and then you like disappear into the woods for a few weeks, and then you come back with another thing. I feel like that it sounds fun, but I know that I couldn't do it because I'm too much of a yapper. I don't know, I love talking about stuff that I love. To each their own, right? But I do really like this piece. I included the breads. They're very subtle. But yeah, if you kind of zoom in, you can see how messy it is. So today, I don't know if I'll do like a cleaner illustration or something more like this, but hey, it's like the end of fall. We're truly getting into winter time, so I wanted to draw some winter art together. And let's see, I got winter art from... Hold on, I gotta hide one of these. I don't want YouTube to bonk me for it. I mean, it was just like, you know, the other one is like kind of me in a swimsuit in winter. But yeah, I have this very cute full winter drawing from last year. I haven't actually really done anything with this art, but I do like her. She is very sweet. The drawing is very, very sweet and dear. I designed the outfit kind of on the fly. I feel like this is kind of... I guess I get picky with myself, but I kind of wanted to make it into like a standee because it's just cuteful, you know? But I have to be responsible. I don't want to make too much merch. That'd be so cute. I agree. I think it would be really cute. I kind of have... I need to finish making some other things first. I want it. Maybe you guys know how I told you. I guess this is a good time to talk about this too. A while ago, in case anyone wants to be fully caught up, I mentioned to chat how, you know, I've been running my merch store for a long time, but it's also it's very tasking. Like it's a lot of work in the background that takes time away from everything else that I want to do, like making videos for you guys, and actual like content, and not just like, you know, the store. So in 2026, I'm gonna close the store for a while. I think I need to put together more proper announcements for that. But I wanted to close the store for at least a month for me to like reorganize how I guess how merch works for me. Because I love merch, but I think making so much of it, I feel like just feels like I'm bombarding. I feel like I'm bombarding not only myself with like a lot of work, but also like you guys with like too much merch, you know? I feel like just a little bit sometimes is really fun. But yeah, this is the winter art I used in the thumbnail. I drew this in 2023. Oh my gosh. I want to have the patience to like draw something slowly again. But yeah, inventory management challenges for sure, because I am one person doing everything from like the literal management and inventory to physically packing and shipping the orders. Like it can be a lot when I'm also wanting to like stream and do other things. But yeah, I wanted to start doing something where instead things are just kind of like seasonally dropped, or we just do like pre-orders. Because even really, I guess even VTubers that have like staff, I realize like all of their merch is still like pre-order, or like you know, you only have like a month, or sometimes it's like only 2 weeks, and sometimes even only 1 week to like pre-order something. I want to give people more time though, but you know, I think 2 weeks or a month for like a pre-order period is more than enough, and it's like you can always bring things back, like reruns essentially. But I think that would really help alleviate some of the literal burdens that I have from like running the store. Not that it's burdensome. I feel like it's an honor to get to run the merch store, but I feel bad because I have a lot of artists I've commissioned, and I want to bring their ideas to life, you know. I want to make sure that stuff gets made. And I've been pushing it back because the store has been so difficult to manage. Some people don't do reruns and it sucks. I I guess I want to point something out as someone who now is very experienced working with merch. I understand why they don't do reruns. And I'm sorry, I don't think that will change for the most part. Cause like, I know that limited merch is unfortunate if you miss it, and I'm in the same boat as well as someone that loves merch. But it's because from a very literal standpoint, there's some merchandise that you like, there's some merchandise that you can't restock unless you order like 1,000 quantity of them. and for things like that, like I don't really make them because I'm independent. But for example, right, if you release something for the first time, and let's say you're like a company or a brand or like a game is releasing merch, and they release merch and they're like, okay, awesome, we have a pre-order window for 2 weeks or a month. Then if you're from like a business, you know, if you're like a decently sized business, you're gonna get over 1,000 orders, probably. Like you most likely calculate that ahead of time. Or some things it's like you need 500 of them for the manufacturer to even want to work with you. So especially for very complex merch, stuff like plushies or apparel, like not printed t-shirts, but like more detailed apparel, or like I think like small businesses that make like a purse. It's like the manufacturer doesn't want to go through the super high effort of like making the sample if you're not ordering enough from them. So unfortunately it's quite literally logistics at some point. And so if they're like rerunning it, they need at least another 1,000 orders to be able to rerun it at all, you know? And when I say 1,000, that's an example number. Sometimes it's higher, sometimes it's lower. But if you ever see merch that doesn't get rerun, that's probably why. It's because literally the amount of people that want it are not numerically enough for the manufacturer to even want to work with the business. Yeah, I am sorry that that's a thing though. Ooh, let me show you guys something from something I've never shown before. Yay! Sometimes I feel like just like pulling things out from the dungeon, like from the mines years later. Here's something I never finished, and I never posted it or showed it either, even though I worked on it for like 6 hours in December of 2023. You can tell because this is my old style. I was like over detailing everything, but I was gonna have like flower friends building like this snowman, and I have so many layers, it got like way too detailed really quickly. But I think what I want to draw today is like along the lines of something like this. I'm not sure how I feel about the composition though, and this is old art, so I kind of want to rework it. Well, I'm glad you like it though. I think I might have shown like a super zoomed in version of this way back when, but this is, you can tell if I really zoom in, you can tell I was painting my life away. But I think I could do something nicer that has this feeling actually. Ooh, I will say you'll notice the colors in this drawing are really similar to the colors in this drawing. It's because that other drawing I wasn't feeling good about it after spending so much time on it. So then I made this a little faster. Yeah, so I think my goal is to sort of my goal is to work out my, I guess, my patience, my personal artist patience, because it's been a while. This is also like, you know, I draw stuff like this all the time and it doesn't go anywhere, so I'm sorry for not showing you guys. I feel weird posting such unfinished stuff. I have that like negative artist worm. But yeah, I like this flower friend hat though, so I think I might use this for today's illustration too. There's also this one. I hid the layer because I got shy, but it's like there was like this trend where people were wearing like this cool but like crazy spicy sweater, so I adapted it to be not spicy, but like yeah. I thought you were gonna use earmuffs again. I've used earmuffs in the past, and I know that some people really like the earmuffs. But because I've already used the earmuffs in a drawing before, I want to do something different. Oh, that one. Yeah, so I wanted to do one where it's just like just the sweater top, but like with a cute skirt. Wow, it feels so embarrassing. Not in a bad way. I feel shy and embarrassed sometimes. Like showing my really old unfinished stuff. Actually, this is the start of that other illustration I showed you. Cause the original idea for it was it could be a wallpaper. Like a phone wallpaper. So I think, not to reheat my nachos. Not to reheat 2023 Mintmai's nachos. But I think that this is like more manageable to do in like one day. So it would be kind of cool to return to something that I abandoned because I didn't like it enough and recreate it. You've never heard of that saying? Really? You've never heard of like reheating the nachos? Somehow that surprises me. Nope. Oh wow. That does surprise me a little bit. Oops. Hold on. I'm making a copy of the file right now. Please do post more of my unfinished artwork though. Okay, let's see. We're here on this blank page. I need to warm up because I haven't drawn myself in a while. I haven't drawn myself in a hot minute. Let's just kind of do some miscellaneous do some miscellaneous stuff. Let's do more stuff with that flower friend hat. I like that idea. You know, you're so versatile. You, a flower friend, are so versatile. You can be a hat. You can be earmuffs. You can be like everything. Sometimes I see like fashion inspiration being shared around and I'm like, wow, that would totally work like as a flower friend. Aw, shucks. Yes. You can be anything you want to be. That's why you're made of all-purpose flour. Little flower friend lore. Flower friends are made of all-purpose flour so that they can be anything. I know, so cheesy. So cheesy. But I came up with that on purpose. While we're here and talking about flower friends, I'm gonna go ahead and just like pin my tweet for tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow we're having a holiday party. I've decided I'm gonna karaoke, we're gonna play Fall Guys, and then I'm gonna decorate the tree. I've been on a funny Fall Guys kick again, once in a blue moon. It's because sometimes I can play with friends. But yeah, I want to play Fall Guys, except you are required to wear holiday themed drip. Like, even if you, because I don't have any in-game like items really, because I don't play that much. But I want everyone to like I want everyone to wear like red and blue and like white, or no, red and green and like white, so we have a very fun, colorful look. You know, it's just kind of the colors, I guess. Wait, OMG, is the ornament due tomorrow? The ornament is for tomorrow, yes, but you have until the end of stream tomorrow. Or, because to give people some more time, I want to, like, do the karaoke and games first. Let's see. No rush, though, to share your ornaments for tomorrow's stream. And it can be super simple, too. And if you don't use Twitter, I have an announcement posted in Discord that has what channel to leave your ornament is in as well. I haven't had the energy to draw all week. I'll get on it. It's not homework. It's not homework. There's no stress or pressure. And if you want to use the templates just for fun, even if you don't get it in by tomorrow, I think it could be fun anyways. We actually have a Flower Friend Sona hashtag too that I've been... I haven't been able to like share enough information. I haven't been able to share info about that tag. But eventually I need to share with you guys that template again. Oh, ears perked up. Yeah, like I have a PNG of a flower friend. It's like a standing... I actually use it for my t-shirt size chart, which is really funny. I can show you guys really fast. Dun dun dun. Where is he? This is your default standing man emoji flower friend. You don't have to draw them like this, but like this is like... I would joke and say that this is like the legally accurate flower friend. But I personally change up the proportions all the time because it's just a matter of art style. But yeah, you can draw like right on top of it or like draw it yourself too. And I feel like you can even make like a human OC with it. This was when I had the t-shirts, you know, in the store, and this is the sizing chart. I wanted to express the sizing chart through a flower friend. So yeah, that was a lot of fun to make. But you see, I want to improve how I run the merch store and everything so that I can spend time sort of just making art and videos and things, and not spreading myself super thin, because I tend to have a bad habit of overworking myself. But 2026 is the true year of being healthier and more balanced, and I think that I'm looking forward to that. He's so fluffy. Kya? Oh my gosh, guys. It's Sugi Aoki, incredible singer. By the way, have you heard her original song, Forevermore? So beautiful. I'll like listen to it and like tears will appear in my eyes. What? Are you talking about me? Smabao? Oh my gosh. My hand needs to warm up. I have to practice drawing before I can make anything really cuteful. I almost made this like Pokemon art style. I meant to make it look like I'm looking in this way, but because how thin the eyes are, it almost looks Pokemon style. And I know. Oh my gosh, yeah, the Pokemiku collab. I still think that I liked Fairy and Bug Pokemiku the most. It was hard to decide though, but like Bug type Miku is perfect. Oh my gosh, what if I had like a flower friend ugly sweater? Ooh, these eyes are not giving. Hold on. I can do better than that. I think my faves are water and grass. Grass type is typically my favorite. I feel like for Pokemiku though, it's really the bug type like stands out to me. Her with Cricketune, it's like so perfect. Oh, Random, but how do you feel about MHA being over? I don't mind the question about anime coming up. I will say, I have no stakes in My Hero Academia. That is one fandom that I think that I've genuinely just like... I've just like missed it. Like I personally have no stakes in MHA. I actually barely saw the fandom content ever. I know people would talk about like... I know people when they do like the Deku voice or they joke about like Bakugo or something. But I know nothing about MHA. I did read some of it. Oh wait, does she have different outfits for each type? I have to send you all of them. The Pokemiku. But yeah, I liked the manga when I was reading it. But I feel like I don't know. I think I liked it a lot in the beginning. Unfortunately, that happens to me with multiple shonen sometimes. It's like it's when the writing does not, you know, when it doesn't hold up for me, then I you know, I just kind of lose investment. Yeah, I feel like it I don't know, I feel like they kind of got lost in the plot, and I guess I also have like, you know, I also have my personal tastes, of course, but like I need them to cook through the end, you know? You can have a really interesting premise and then it can just like completely lose me partway through. Definitely happened with me with JJK as well, actually. Like as soon as the cube, as soon as someone gets put in a cube, that's when I stopped reading it. I was like, nope. this is not it anymore. And I would say like it's not like I hard drop things, like I like giving them a chance, but like, you know, there are some things where I'm like it's just they're not cooking. He got cubed. I think this sketch, I think because of the sketch, it's looking like slightly messier hair, Mintmai, and I'm obsessed. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I could totally get with that. Cause I like messy mid-length hair. I don't know, cause my hair, it gets really fluffy. Even though I have very straight hair, my hair tends to get pretty fluffy if I dry it with like a hair dryer. And it was also I think it's like worn off, but I got like a perm, which sounds so funny, but I got I got a perm. I got a permanent. I got a perm, and it was something that made my hair like wavy for almost the whole past year. Yeah, on YouTube, mod stuff works a little bit different. I actually self-moderate on YouTube. The mod badge is more so like blue names on YouTube. People tend to just give to some of their besties. So as you can see, Sugi is blue named. I feel like that's like the YouTube meta. So yeah, it's like VIP. The culture is a little bit different. Yeah. So I also kind of wanted to just like self-moderate. Yeah. This is once again an 07. Thank you, Kyle, for all your hard work. I don't being banned by Sugi. Were you saying you wouldn't mind being banned by Sugi? Okay, before we keep jumping topics too much, I want to pull up the Project Voltage Mikus. Have you not seen these, Sugi? I feel like the fairy type one is you. The fairy type one is the second one in this row. And the bug type, my favorite, is the third one in this row. Have you not seen them? Because wait, I'll send you the picture on Discord as well. so that you can have it for your reference. You love these? You've never seen them? I need you to look them up immediately because Project Voltage, like look up Project Voltage and there is fan art, girl. There is fan art. Yeah, they were slowly releasing. I will say dark type Miku is like so sexy though. That's a woman. They have like lots of official songs too. That's a woman. I need me hashtag need that. Hashtag need that, please and thank you. Yeah, I feel like let's see. I also really like this Miku. I don't remember all their typings off the top of my head. That Miku's awesome because I love green hair Miku. Like rolling girl Miku was really something. Love fighting type Miku. I think this is fighting type, right? Or no, fighting type is the one on the left. I also like her. She's got fun. Or wait, no, that might be steel type. I think it's steel type on the left, fighting type on the right. I can't believe I actually remember this. But yeah, I love all of them. But yes, I think it's flying Miku. Like these three are, I think, align the most with my personal style with character designs. Really like the clear sleeves on flying Miku and the fact that her pigtails turn into clouds. Yeah, but bug type Miku to me is a perfect design. The middle is Lexus Core. Yeah, the colors too. The middle, I like that they made Fairy Miku like Gyaru-esque, like style-wise. She's kind of Kogyaru coated, but she's got like a butterfly. And her purse is so cute. Ghost Miku, so cool. They're all so cool. But yeah, to me, bug type Miku is perfect. She's perfect. Like, her design is like perfectly simple. She's symmetrical like a bug. The wings and like the little cape and the hair kind of matching, like the long hair bangs being like cricketune or like the bug antenna. Oh yeah. Let me see, where's her official? I really like the official illustrations that they did for all of them. But yeah, she's perfect and I love her. And they cooked, ate, and served. No, they cooked. You get what I mean. They cooked and served. And we all looked at that collectively and went, wow, they ate. Here's the design sheet. I aspire to get this clean with my design. Like, it's like the art is quite clean, but like, look at how her pigtail like stabs through the cap and there's kind of that discoloration. That's my favorite, I think. Oh my gosh, really? I want you to take like a good long look at all of them and tell me which styles you like. Because I feel like people's favorite Pokemiku say so much about, I guess, what they like in character designs. And also the center part of the back of her wings being like a Pokeball. I swoon. I swoon for this design. Her leggings having kind of like the bug leg joints. Oh, you sent it to me in DMs. Oh my gosh, yes. My faves. Oh my gosh, wait, you're so right. It's Sugi's faves, bug type, ghost type, and I want to say that's ground type Miku, but I honestly don't remember which one that was. Which one was that? It's oh gosh. It was 9 out of 18. Project Voltage 9? What type? Ground type. Oh yeah, ground type is the one with flag on. Yeah, ground type is like, she's beautiful. She gives off like very like fantasy, kind of like natural fantasy aesthetics. It's kind of really, really nice with the cape. This is a Lirapen. Wait. You're so right. Flying type Project Voltage Miku is literally a Lyra Pandora. Wait. Hold on. Let me look again. It's like the Mega Dragonite with the head wings. Dude. Oh, I see it. I see it so hard. That's her. Oh my gosh, so perfect. Yeah, one of my favorite designs for sure. I could gush over them for a long time, but I do think that like the Project Voltage Mikus, they serve as some real design inspiration for me. Okay. Enough of me yapping about how much I like art. Let me actually draw a little bit. Maybe I will try. I always say I'll try to post more rough sketches, and then I'm like, well, I got shy. I think rock type, flying type, and fairy are my favorites from Pokemiku, but they're all so cute. I think, I like bug, flying, fairy, ground. And I also really like that there is one with a really big dress. She slays. Do you post them on the Discord or not even there? I don't. I should though. I could. I'll just post them on Twitter, guys. I feel like I have to stop thinking. I think sometimes... sometimes when I'm like, yeah, I want to use, you know... I'm one of those people where I'm like, I use social media for good. Like, I want to use social media for good. I guess, especially in a time like this, you know, where I want to encourage a lot of love for art and that kind of thing. I can post my really messy sketches because, you know, they don't have to be perfect. They're just coming from me. But I guess it's hard when I think I'm like, I stream too. A lot of my posts are just related to my VTubing activities. And so I feel like some people just want to see the drawings and none of the VTubing. And then some people would want to see just the VTubing, but then they're not because there's just a lot of drawings. And so it's like, I don't know. But I am an art streamer on top of it all. Might not seem like it with my recent track record of just playing lots of games, but I think ultimately I've always wanted to be someone that streamed a decent amount of art, if anything. So yeah, sketches and whips are my favorite to see. Honestly, they're my favorite to see too, so I don't know why I feel so shy about it when it's like my art. Oh my god. Ooh, wait. I have an idea. We're gonna do like a Christmas sweater. Oh, I love a good vest, you know? When I was a kid, I didn't like vests. But mostly because my mom would be like, you're gonna be cold. And then I would wear like those puffer vests that are like this. And they made me feel like the Michelin Man. Because they were so puffy, and then like my little kid arms were like sticking out like this. Like I really didn't like vests like this. Because I don't know, I feel like those Gatorade water jugs. You know? So I didn't like them, but now I'm like, oh, vests are so cutie patootie. Like, oh my gosh. What was I saying back then? And it's best when they're like a little bit oversized. I can't stand the sound or texture of puffer vests, right? It's like you get the worst of both worlds. Hold on, let me complain about this. You get the worst of all worlds with the puffer vest, okay? And you know, if people that live somewhere cold want to defend them, so be it. But it's a vest, so you don't even get You know, you're like getting goosebumps. It's cold. Let me draw a snowflake. I'm not good at drawing snowflakes, but you get the idea. It's like, it's cold. It's so cold, and you've got like goosebumps. Even if you're wearing like a long sleeve shirt, you're in your little vest, and it is keeping your chest warm, but it's like, why are you getting the worst of both worlds? And then you get like the texture. I mean, like, this is a long sleeve shirt, but still. And then the texture of like the sort of slippery material of this is like not very pleasant. They're hard to wash because they're usually like stuffed with like a filling of sorts. And then you also have this like zipper to deal with, and a lot of the times they don't, I mean, actually, maybe they do come with pockets, but they don't always come with pockets. And if you put anything in them, it becomes like a bulky thing. So I complain about these vests. I do not like these vests. If I see a girl or guy in a vest, it's over for me. I fold. I think that vests, they just, personal opinion that I think is right, but a personal opinion. I really like a little bit of like a slight oversized, you know, vest where it like goes over the shoulders a little bit more. And then, like, it makes such like a nice silhouette, and then you wear like a skirt or some nice like tailored pants. In French we call them doudou, which is very cute, however. Doudou. Wait, that is very cute. I live somewhere cold, and like your arms, how to keep your arms warm? Just wear a coat, right? Like, why? They sell puffer jackets, which are so much better than puffer vests. Because like, why would you only get half of what you're paying for? Like, you wouldn't buy a cake that, hold on. Okay, so here's a cake. It's a cake, okay? Don't at me. This is what happens during my art streams. I get distracted 20 times over, and it's a fun time for everyone. Particularly me. But here's a cake, okay? A cake is like your nice, you know, full fluffy puffer jacket. Like, go big or go home, you know? You're nice and toasty, you're warm. It's for when the weather is colder and you need something a little more robust than a sweater or a coat, right? Would you buy a cake that looks... Well, I guess this is a bad example. Because I guess there are cakes like this, but like... Would you buy a cake that's clearly just the center portion? You know? Like, not even like a rectangular cake. Would you buy a cake that's obviously just the center part? Like, what's the point of that? You can't tell me that puffer vests are fashionable. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You can't tell me that puffer... You can't tell me that they're fashionable. What if you want a cake with like a little less icing and layers of strawberries? Depends on if it's all edge pieces or no edge pieces. That's important, Maple. Wait, do you like edge pieces or just the center? Because I do like cake edge pieces. Sometimes at the bakeries, they sell these like packets of like the edges that they trim off of the cakes. And it's like cheaper because they're just like little, tiny little strips of edge cake. And it's like so cheap because they're trying to get rid of it because they don't want any food waste. And it's like, awesome, everyone wins. Everybody wins. You get cheaper cake, you save food waste, and you get the crunchy edges. Get this vest on. Idea, what if you were holding a flower friend in a scarf and earmuffs? Oh my gosh, that was actually the drawing I've done before. It sounds similar to... Wait, now because Sunny went through the effort of finding my old drawing. It's very similar to this. Like, this is the first iteration of flower friend earmuffs. Yeah. I know you love the earmuffs, but I'll draw them when I feel like it. Yippee! The vest you're drawing reminds me of Green Yuri a little bit, so like... Oh wait, I see it. Hold on guys, I have an idea. I want to make this like a... Sometimes I start a sketch like this and I'm like, it's kind of cute. What if we finish this drawing and then we get to drawing something else after? Even if it's kind of messy. I miss like... I definitely have missed drawing on stream for sure. So I'm glad we can do this today. I want the sleeves to be like... puffy actually. A flower friend wearing earmuffs and scarves. Wait. Hold on. You guys would be so cute with earmuffs. Thank you for the suggestion. I can't say I've drawn flower friends with earmuffs before. Hold on. And like your tiny little limbs. So cute. The proportions are not correct here, but that's okay. He's just a little baby. Just a little baby flower friend. I think the head needs to be lowered. I'm gonna actually leave that there. That's adorable. Or let me move it on another layer so that I can move him later. What if we do something like some shopping bags, you know? Oh, or I did buy a baguette today. Finishing off with a puffer vest. I just went on a whole rant about how puffer vests aren't fashionable. But my rant doesn't apply to plushies, because it is very cute on plushies. Oh, how did you change his layer? I usually copy and paste and then gotta delete the other one. Oh, okay, let me see. So, depending on what art program you are in, you should be able to do this. It's just go ahead and select the part that you want to move. And then on Procreate, when you swipe down with 3 fingers, like straight, you know, 3 fingers on the screen, swipe down, it actually pulls up a shortcut menu. And you can cut and paste. That means it cuts them from the previous layer. And they put them on a new layer. Super useful, the swipe down with 3 fingers menu. It's worth watching if you use Procreate or any other art program actually. It's really worth watching just like a quick YouTube tutorial that shows you the shortcuts. Yeah. I'm on the same program. Oh my gosh, I can teach you so much. I can show you the world. I've been using Procreate for so long. And even then there's like still tips and tricks and stuff that I feel like I don't even know. My hair's looking like a Christmas tree. That's kind of cute. When drawing hair, I like to think about the overall silhouette of the hair. So I'm thinking something like this sort of shape. Toothpaste core. But yeah, a little bit messy. I love to learn. Yeah, there's always something to learn, right? You use Procreate too? I think a lot of people use Procreate these days. It's just so accessible because it's not subscription based. Yay! Like Clip Studio on the computer. Clip Studio on the iPad is subscription based though, but I just love drawing on my iPad, so it's hard. I have Clip Studio Paint, but I don't want to plug in my tablet to my computer. It takes up so much space. It's so clunky. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the art suggestions. Honestly, I mean it. But at the same time, I would say like, just, you know, unless I specifically ask for what you think or if you have any ideas or suggestions, generally, I don't entertain. I don't usually, I guess, follow through with suggestions and stuff, just because it's kind of akin to like backseating in games, right? I think it can get pretty overwhelming if more than, you know, if there's a lot of like, streamer, what if you do this instead? So I guess just be mindful of that. I really appreciate it though. Yeah, thank you for understanding. I just figured I'd make that clear because I know it's not outlined in the rules specifically, but just something to keep in mind, not just with me, but with like other streamers too. Especially if we're working on something like creative. I think a lot of the time, it's fun to just let the process flow. Feel free to draw alongside me. Do feel free to draw alongside me, and then we can draw together and make really cool stuff. Ba ba ba. Dun 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 dun. Yeah. Do. Let me see if I missed anything. He's just working on a Secret Santa while watching. I love. Wait. Wait. I don't think that means what you think it means. Pause. Hold on. Hold on. Question mark? No, that does mean what you think it means. My bad. I got it mixed up with something else. I was like, did I hear that right? Is that not just working together on separate things? You are correct. Phew! Just between me and you though, that does mean something else. Just saw my life flash before my eyes. I'm almost positive that that means something else, but I could be really mixing it up with something else. No, it's okay. Let us move on from let us let it I feel like I've seen it in a different context before. Sometimes when the mind is thinking one thing, another thing blurts out. No, I think I deserve the bonk for that. Mods, ban me. No, I'm pretty sure that that term has been used for a different context before. I would like to be super clear, though, not one I've experienced, but I feel as though I've seen it used like just as a word to describe something else. Don't look it up. Yeah, it is doing things together, like at the same, doing different things together, but at the same time. And I love that. We're on a play date, guys. We are in the daycare working on our separate puzzles. Back to the regularly scheduled baguette. How do I recover from this? But Secret Santa sounds really, really nice. I actually have to work on something that I need to send out to my friends too. I'm almost done with it. But some of my friends are doing like a gift exchange, so we're mailing each other stuff. How does Floor Bunmellows recover from this? No, it was never you. It was me. It was me. Lays in front of you. No, no, take me instead. YouTube at Bunmellows did nothing wrong. It was me. It was me. 'Twas always me. I really like your art, by the way. Not to put you on the spot. Your art's very pretty. It has texture. Not that you have to use a textured brush forever, but I think it's very cute. My timeline has served me oomph tweets here and there. Real? Yippee! OMG, thank you. It's true. Oh my gosh, I have an idea. How do people do those really cute like vests that are like because this is a sketch first, I'll do like gray. Like the vest color. I love oomph art. Yes! The greatest recovery, of course, is praising other artists. I've long recovered, okay, of my misunderstandings with vocabulary. Yesterday, because after playing Split Fiction with Sugi, right, we were talking about, like, we were playing like a pew pew part of, you know, like kind of a shooter section of like a third-person shooter section of Split Fiction. And I said something along the lines of spray and pray, and Sugi was like, I don't think that means what you think it means. And I checked afterwards. I checked with my IRL friend. I was like, this does mean what I think it means, right? It's like when you just do a bunch of things and cross your fingers. Like it's not like, you know, it's not unsafe for work, right? And they're like, yeah, it can mean more than one thing, but I'm pretty sure it mostly means just like how you used it. And I was like, phew. Always scares me, you know. Ooh, thank you, love. Floors are so pretty. Oh, it gives Alice in Wonderland vibes. That is one of my favorite books. Because whimsy. I kind of think I read Alice in Wonderland like an unnatural amount growing up though, and I wonder if that affected... I wonder how that affected me as a person. I wonder why though. Like that book, for lack of any better description of what it was, that book is like a strong hyperfixation. Like I had multiple copies of the book. I actually have a book that is like, it like is the whole book Alice in Wonderland, but it's a big book because it's annotated. It's like an annotated version of Alice in Wonderland. It has notes and analysis like on the borders. Alice in Wonderland having such a grip over me. That's so real. Never know what anything means these days. Yep. That's true. New memes keep coming out and old phrases get used in new ways. It's just language, you know? People use language for evil and for good. I think what does matter, I think just intention matters, you know? That's about it. Those old illustrations for Alice in Wonderland are always so gorgeous. You must, all of my fellow Alice in Wonderland enthusiasts, you must look into Jensen's version of Alice in Wonderland. It's Tove. It's illustrated by Tove Jensen, who is the creator of Moomin. I do not have a copy of this myself, but I doubt that it's difficult to pick up. But it's Moomin's artist and creator. That's the Moomin lady right there. Yeah. She has in it a version. It's the same book, but she did the illustrations. Please peer upon this. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll, illustrated by Tove Jensen. I saw this copy before and I fell in love with it. I just haven't thought to buy it anytime soon, you know? But look at this! Are you kidding me? It's just, isn't that the most just like... It's beautiful. It's beautiful, it's lovely. It feels so like gentle. Don't even joke. I'm glad I can share this with you guys. I keep so much of my Alice in Wonderland brainworms to myself, but it like started in 6th grade because it started in 6th grade because as many of you know, I was a silly child, but I had a crush on someone, and I really liked Alice in Wonderland, and then she also really liked Alice in Wonderland, and so it like became a whole thing. And it got to a point where I made Alice in Wonderland, because we were obviously like friends, but I made Alice in I started drawing anime art style in order to make Alice in Wonderland self-insert fan doujinshi. And this is the part where I stare into the camera. The Office style. Because that is real. I was 12 and I made self-insert doujinshi of her, and also like... Okay, this is kind of wacky because it's like real people, right? You shouldn't ship real people like to their faces, obviously. But basically, me and my other friend all assumed that we knew. You know how it is in elementary school when you kind of really strongly assume that like people have a crush on someone, or they make it like super obvious because again, you're 12 and nothing is serious, but everything is also so serious. Yeah, so the Mad Hatter was the person that we assumed she had a crush on at the time. And so it was like a different, you know, takes the premise of Alice in Wonderland, but then like spins it on its head because it's like obviously nothing like the original. But oh my gosh, I was so serious about it. You know, just a little self-made doujinshi as a treat. Little self-made manga as a treat. And that, my friends, was what started my career as an illustrator. That is what indirectly started and spurred my career as an illustrator. And now I'm a VTuber. Hi. A real yearner? I mean, you know, I think I was still grappling with what it meant to even have a crush in the first place, because it's so hard to be like, I really like someone because I really like and admire them like as my friend, versus like I have like a crush on them because somehow it feels different from how I feel about my normal friends. Like, I don't know. It's kind of a complicated feeling, right? And that's even something that came up in the Love Advice stream from before with Miss Nana and some of the VCraft girlies, plus Leo, honorary slumber party girly. But we had like so much fun. I had a lot of fun that dating advice stream, but that was something that came up, right? It's like, I don't know if you guys also had this, but I felt like there was such a weird pressure in like elementary school, middle school, high school to have a crush. It's almost like this weird prerequisite, which is like, but what if you just go like a period of time not liking anyone like that way? Also, it felt kind of weird because I'm like, I feel like we're not even developing enough like who we are to say that we're romantically interested in anyone. But it's all everyone likes to talk about at some point in time. People just get really, really into like wanting to know who you like or whatnot, and it gets pretty intense. And I feel like I didn't always like question what was going on. I was like, oh, this must be something that everyone does. That's odd. And it's just kind of like, I think now I don't know if it's different, you know. Maybe everyone's just watching their memes memes on their phone. I don't know what the you know, the youngest generation is like right now, but I do feel like to some extent I like that there's a bit more understanding in terms of the fact that, like, no, not everyone just has a crush. It's not something we all have. It was so intense. I had to make up a fake crush to tell people. That's the thing, Nemi. I remember doing that too at a point in time. It was like there was like such a strong expectation. And then it was a little bit weird because then if you made up a crush to like tell people, then obviously they would want to like what is it? Like everyone wants to like tease each other, I guess, about their crush and be like, ooh, you should go, they're right there, you should go say hi to them. And it was like, I don't know, why was it that intense? I'm like thinking about it now. I know more than one person that has like not had a crush, but under the pressure to have an answer because otherwise it was like, for whatever reason, people think you're hiding something from them. And it, again, sad that that is the reality, but they would just like fold under pressure and just say like literally anyone. I was like, I like him, and then be so put off when said he attempted anything. People who know, oh my gosh, you'd be like, I have a crush on this person, and then that person like flirts with you and you're like, I feel like I've always been the type to like, I have like a crush where I like them in concept. This is gonna sound so mean. Like times I've had a crush, there's a lot of times where I only like them in concept and not in practice, where I'm like, yeah, like maybe part of me is like, oh yeah, like they're really funny or they're really fun to be around and they're my type, and then the second I try to envision like actually being in a relationship with them, I'm like, oh no. I have a crush on him. Guy, coffee date me. Why would you ever suggest that? Is this just a canon event for everyone? That's what I'm saying. Why did we have to go through this? I think I mean, it's probably still happening now, but maybe less so. Maybe less so as people understand that there's not really Ooh, I have a good manga to talk about thinking about this. Ooh. We have so much juicy chat to have today. But I have a manga recommendation for you. Let me find it because I literally have the tab open. I was just recently recommending it to another friend of mine. Kemutai Hanashi. It's spelled like this. So I recommend Kemutai Hanashi is about, it's kind of, I think it's a really nice slice of life piece about how like life is not linear and you don't have to have like labels on everything. It's about two men that become housemates just because they want to be, like they want to be together, but then when people ask them what they are, it's like not romantic, but then it's kind of them feeling out what that is, because it's like they care about each other deeper than, like it feels like a very, very deep friendship, but just calling the other a friend doesn't feel like it's enough. But they're also not together romantically, and so people in their lives kind of question why they're living together if they're not romantically involved, because people want labels because they want to feel like they understand the full picture. Yeah, it's honestly such a beautiful piece because it's there's also side characters, so it's not just about the two men and their relationship, it's also about the relationships of the people around them. So there's this character who I really like. He is dating a woman who already has like a child, like I assume a single mother, right? He's dating, or he's seeing a single mother, but then he kind of gets some scrutiny from his direct family because it's not like it doesn't seem like they're really thinking about marriage. It's just like he's like dating her and she has a daughter and they like how that is right now, but it's kind of like there's this like pressure or expectation where it's like she already has a child, like why aren't you getting married kind of thing. So it's like really, it's such a lovely and like kind of healing piece, I feel. They don't have like an official English publisher yet, but if you're able to find a spot to read it, it's really quite good. That's my current recommendation. Also, this sweater came out so nice and detailed. Whoa. Platonic soulmates are an underrated relationship. I feel like I've witnessed like real platonic soulmates, and it's like been so lovely and like kind of perspective changing for me as well, where I'm like, yeah, I value people in my life a lot, but you don't have to like, I don't know. I feel like it's beautiful if people come around to the fact that they don't have to have like a linear answer for everything, especially with other people's like lives, right? It will be read. 07, your synopsis is so yummy. I've been reading it recently. I'm not even fully caught up, but I feel like it's a very, very nice read. It'd be nice to have, I think. Yeah. I think there's something beautiful about people caring deeply about each other without it being like, you are my person and my only person in the whole entire world kind of thing. Because I have friends who I can never imagine them being apart from each other. But they're just like incredible, like friends with incredible chemistry. And they have just like a special relationship, you know? But yeah, I think it's nice to see that in writing and in a beautiful manga too. And it also deals with, oh gosh, the more I think about it, it's like my heart is like crunching a little. One of the main characters is a guy that is really, really nice, and he just is really nice and kind, and he's always trying to help people, but sometimes that backfires on him. Like for instance, like standing up for something he thinks is right and then getting like, you know, kind of becoming the next target in return in like a situation like in school. I won't spoil too much, I haven't read too far into it, but one of the characters is really, really nice. And he's nice to the point where sometimes people feel like frustrated for him because his kindness is not always met with like a nice response. And there's characters that kind of think about it in terms of like nice people like him, they don't always like, they don't receive the kindness in return, and yet when it comes back to like bite them, they're also not like angry about it. And so one of the, you know, the other character was like frustrated and getting angry at his behalf, because it's like, why is it that kind people are the ones that end up being like kind of taken advantage of or told that, you know, I don't know, it really hit home for me. I just like felt so many things. Because there have been multiple points in my life where I've been told I'm too nice. And it's weird because it's like, why is it a bad thing to like want to be nice? And then there's also, you know, something that you'll run into sometimes just like in life is like, there are people that are gonna be cynical, and that's on them though, you know? Because I've definitely met people who are like, she must be nice, and then that means that she must be like faking her personality. And then they would be mad at me for trying to like get along with them. Because they're just kind of, there would be like a little bit like I've run into it, unfortunately, where there's times where there's someone that I just don't click with that much, or like maybe they intimidate me in some way, or like our personalities are just very different, but like I want to get to know them, or I like, if they're my friend's friend or something, I want to like talk or something, but then I'll get shut down because they're like, she's just being pleasant to everyone just cause. Yeah. I even remember my high school prom. And the people I'm talking about, I'm not saying that they're not mean or bad people at all, right? Like, I think, you know, it's a disservice to call anyone just bad, like straight up, right? Because like being human is just everyone's different. But I specifically remember my high school prom. There was like, I don't know if it was my prom. It was just like a pretty big event, and basically an event that people really dress up for, right? And there's a lot of people that looked so beautiful, like, and I wanted to let a lot of, you know, I was telling a lot of people that they looked really good. Like, just like when we passed, you know? It's not like I actually knew everyone, because I didn't have many friends. Or I had friends, but like, I've always been the kind of person where it's like, I have my very comfy, like, relatively small friend group. I think in high school, there was more people. We were just like brought together. And like friends of friends too, but like I have a very comfy close friend group of like 5 to 10 people in high school, and that was kind of it. Like, I'm not someone that talks to everyone regularly or anything like that, not super social, just like more shy and introverted in that way. But at that big event, I was telling a lot of people that they looked good because I thought they looked good. Like if I would I guess cross paths on like the staircase with someone, or like at the venue, we pass each other, I'd be like, by the way, like, you look beautiful in that dress, like, you look lovely, you know? I would be saying that. And I basically, because it was, you know, it's a long night, I said it to the same girl a second time, and she got kind of upset at me. And I just didn't understand, because it was like a genuine, you know, accident, right? Whereas like I hadn't remembered if I had complimented how nice your dress looked before, but she got kind of upset because to her it felt inauthentic. She didn't say too much more, but she was basically like, I don't know. She might have been going through something else at the time, honestly, because I know her to be a really nice girl, but she was basically like, does it get tiring for you to keep doing this? And I was like, what do you mean? But it sucks that that's like stuck with me a little bit, where I'm like, what do you mean, does it get exhausting for me to like tell people that they look beautiful? No. Like, I just of course it frustrated me a little bit, but like I feel just like in that moment and moments afterwards, with times where things have kind of backfired in that way, where I'm like, I'm not trying to get anything or gain anything from you. I quite simply have seen so many people that look beautiful today, and I was just trying to, I don't know, I was just expressing honestly what's on my mind, because when I compliment someone, I'm not brain gymnasticking, and I hope not that many people do that, but unfortunately it happens, right? Like, I'm not trying to butter anyone up. There's no reason to do that. Complimented twice, that's a win in my book. Like, I don't know, my brain also doesn't have that many, my vocabulary can sure be limited sometimes, so I might have said like the exact same thing back to her, but like for whatever reason she took it differently from how I meant it, obviously. And it's just one of those things where it's like, I never resolved it because we weren't friends. Like, it's just one of those people who I knew and we shared classes, but like we weren't friends in any definition of the word, like actually knowing each other or talking. But like, you know, she looked good. I was just telling her she looked nice in her dress. But yeah, I feel like, you know, I'd rather just keep being me, even if people misunderstand. There are often times where if I see someone and I really like their outfit or their makeup or something like that, like, I want to compliment the girls of the world. Because I feel like there's a lot of times where like growing up where I feel like there's kind of too much emphasis in values of looks, and I can't speak for the other party, but I do think it's affected my adolescence, and it affects a lot of like young women, where it's just kind of like, ooh, when you hear like, these are the best years of your life, you're at your, you know, you're just like when people talk about being in their prime, and unfortunately I think older women also kind of like bought into that when they were younger, so then they continue to spread that idea where it's like, when you're young you should like enjoy your beauty and you should like put the most effort into it. And it's like, well, isn't it my choice if I want to put my effort into something else besides like how I dress and whatnot? I think when I was in school I really put no effort into how I looked. But then when I grew up, then I was like, oh, I'm putting effort into fashion now because it's fun, because I like it. But I think it should have never been something, and like fashion is something within my control. You know, it's not how I look because of how I was born, how I was served to the world kind of thing. So yeah, that's kind of a crazy long chat. I was really on my soapbox there. But yeah, I just wanted to share some of my stories and sentiment because that manga definitely hit home a little bit. I made the legs too short, so I expanded, made them larger. I haven't drawn loafers before, but aren't they cute? I love loafers. I want a real pair of loafers because I have leg warmers and I just think loose socks and loafers look so pretty together. Preach your truth. I put zero effort in my appearance in school. I don't know, I had stuff to worry about then, you know? I don't know, you go out of your way to say something nice that wasn't even really asked for. Sad reaction from them. Where, I mean, again, you never know what someone's going through at the time though. It was the prom, I'm pretty sure, which means it was a high stakes environment for high schoolers. High tension, high stakes. Of course the bread the VTuber likes loafers. Hey, call me out now, why don't ya? Penny loafers are so cute. They're really versatile too. Are they comfortable to walk in is the question. I wish I want like the most comfortable pair of loafers. I would never take them off. They would look so cute. Hi. Let me see. Penny loafers. I guess penny loafers are a certain style of loafers. Oh my gosh, they're so cute. Wow. I guess it's just like the one that I drawn. Fashion, baby. We're doing a little bit of winter illustration right now. Right here, let me duplicate the flower friend. This is like more size accurate. Oh, my guy's like popping out from behind. So cute. Oh my gosh. I'm not a winter person, but winter fashion's very cute. I'm not a winter person either. What is it called again? I get like sad when it's cloudy outside. Even if I sleep really well and whatnot, I feel like when it's cloudy out, I'm like by default not doing as well. Seasonal depression? Yes, that's the word for it. I do get pretty affected by that. Me too. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that that's a thing. But it's cloudy out and it like impacts my mood or just like how I feel since the moment I wake up. Not that my mood is directly impacted by it always, but I always think that when it's kind of like a clear sky day, by default, I already am feeling better. I'm gonna clean up this illustration a little bit, this drawing. Winter aesthetic never includes the daytime because it's depressing. Christmas hard carries winter because of how jolly it is. I actually think like I love the holidays. I love the holidays, and that's what keeps winter feeling cozy. String lights and a little, you know, little bit of holiday music. I think that that's what makes the season feel like cozy. If there wasn't Christmas, I feel like winter would be way less pleasant. I like winter until the holidays have passed, and then it's just cold and dark. That exactly. I feel like they gotta keep up the string lights, you know? In places that have like public string lights, they have to keep up the mall decor a little longer. Cause after the New Year's, it's like we have to wait until like March before things start feeling a little happier. Valentine's Day is a winter holiday too. Yeah, but I don't really consider Valentine's Day a holiday. Like, I think of it more as like an event where I can get chocolate on sale the day after. I think about it more as like just like another, like an event. Because it feels like, even though Christmas is like peak advertising season, if you know what I mean, I feel like for Valentine's Day, everything really just feels like ads and less jolly. You know? I do think Valentine's Day is cute though. I love Valentine's Day. Like, as an aesthetic, pink and red and white, so cute. Valentine's Day doesn't come with pretty lights. We should change that. We should start at, instead of it all being chocolate and flowers, it should be chocolate and flowers, and also public street lamps looking beautiful. And cute little, I don't know. I want like winter markets, but like year round. I saw the most Santa looking Santa this last week. You know, mall Santas, obviously it's real Santa, and he's just, you know, he's traveling and he's moving around as fast as possible to get to all the malls. But I think that I saw like just the most canon mall Santa I've ever seen. It was amazing. He's doing overtime. Yeah. Pink fairy lights would be so cute for Valentine's Day. Oh, fairy lights are nice. I don't have any in my room, but I think when I first moved out from my parents' home for like school stuff, I had these really cute fairy lights in my dorm, and I loved them. They're a small bundle, but still very fun. Then how is there more than one mall Santa at the same place at the same time? But you never see more than one Santa in the same room. You know? Just because someone else has posted like a video with a mall Santa at a different mall at the same time that you're seeing a mall Santa at a different mall doesn't mean that doesn't mean that, you know, he's not speeding around. Like, I think Santa is smart. I think Santa knows what he's doing, you know? I was just adding back in a little bit of line weight. I don't always add line weights into my work, but you know, sometimes it is nice. Line weights is just making some lines, like parts of the lines, thicker than others. It's nice for expressing spots where things are touching each other, or like shadows before painting. I need to do line weight more. It's definitely not a requirement. I think there's lots of cute art styles that I love that have no line weight, and that's like part of the charm. It depends on what you're going for. If you like the look or not. Thicker line weight. It depends on the piece for me sometimes, or just how I'm feeling. Yeah, get the edge of this hat a little bit more weight. The bread phones do double as earmuffs. Always has been. He thinks Santa is some sort of spider in a nest. What? I'm Sapon. I'm like, how do I draw or get a reference of Mintmai idol skirt? Then it finally occurred to me, wait, I have the standee for reference. I have a reference website. Smiles. I spent a lot of time compiling this for my sake and for yours, and also for, I guess, when I wanna look back on all of my outfits, they're all in one spot. I forgot about that too. My bad. I don't have it very obviously. It's linked in my Twitter bio, but it's not obvious. But I made it look super cute. I made the reference sheets myself. Yippee. And it has all of like the proper credits and everything that it needs there. I'll eventually post all the references to Twitter individually. It's just another one of those things where I'm like, when do I do this? When is an appropriate time for me to do this? But it's just another one of those things where it's like, I will just put it out there. I mean, I streamed so much this week because I've got to be out of town for a little bit, so that's a little time for me to catch up on stuff I wanted to post anyway. Side Mintmai, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Side Mintmai. I feel like this drawing is going to take longer than I anticipated. If this is the only thing that we draw today, so be it. But maybe we can work on starting the other thing. I feel like flowing with the feeling is the most important to start off with, though. Dun-dun-dun. I made these gray, like, temporarily, but we'll change the color of them later. Better than no drawing at all, so true. I feel like it's always hard for me to plan exactly what piece I want to work on during an art stream, because I always wind up just getting inspired to draw something different. Like, I think this was going to be my short warm-up sketch, and then as soon as I started thinking the outfit looked cute, it was Jover. We wound up with a full body drawing. You know? Full body Mintmai drawing. But I like it. So cute, thank you. I really need to art again soon. Haven't drawn since I had that week art grind at the end of November. I feel like you gotta be easier on yourself. Love the twin tails today, by the way. Super cute. Yeah, thank you. I felt like, I don't know, I felt cuteful. I felt cuteful, I'll admit it. I like changing up my hairstyle. And today's outfit is my warm winter outfit. Yeah. I like being cozy for holiday time. Yeah, I'll stand here so you can see my cute pretzel pin. I genuinely can never just stick to the warm-up portion because if I like the sketch enough, it's over. I must finish it. Oh, you're just like me. Yeah, if I like the sketch, then I get attached and I'm like, well, I want to see it like done and like colored. I really envy artists that can do really rough sketches, but they feel, I guess, they feel like cleaner, because I always wind up with all this crunchy all this crunchy stuff when you zoom in, that I don't bother cleaning with my sketches. It's just part of my style. I'll take it. I'm calling it a style choice. But there's so many artists that they like sketch really messy, but then they just do like a cleaner sketch over it, and it's so nice. But I think if you looked at how I made this drawing alone, I know I spread it out while talking to you guys, but if we just watch the time lapse for this one so far, there's no undersketch happening. It's just like, okay, bulldoze forward, and then we get distracted on the side, and then we wind up with like a full pose and everything. But that's also only because I've been drawing for... Oh gosh, I forgot that if I make the transparent background, it makes the time lapse really ugly. Hold on, I'll show you. If you make the background transparent, it makes the time lapse look so ugly because it just makes it black for the part where it's transparent. So I'm gonna change to coloring it on gray. Not that I ever post my time lapses, but I do keep them. Once in a blue moon, I feel like posting them. Not the void. Yeah. I just love the feeling of like coloring on the Procreate default light mode gray grid, but having like a gray background grid is effectively the same thing. Chaotic art is also good art, so true. I'm only able to bulldoze through and like draw something like that so quickly because I've drawn so much over the years though. Like the anatomy, I mess it up all the time still, but I can kind of fix it in post because I've drawn so many people, like so many human characters, in different poses. Even then, I don't really challenge myself enough to draw new poses. That I would say is my greatest art weakness currently. Because I don't do that big undersketch, I wind up with less interesting poses sometimes. So I'll look into changing that. Want to do more fun illustrations. Yeah, envious of artists who can make their sketches look like a finished piece. I feel like I gotta study their time lapses or something. There's some witchcraft happening there. Okay, maybe not witchcraft, but you know. I feel like there's some techniques there that I just haven't really studied. I'm trying to think of an artist that I really like that does that. I can't even think of a specific name though. I'm just thinking of like art I've seen on Twitter before. I used kind of a textured brush that time. I should save the rendering for later, but I wanted to render the bread so bad right now. Because I got a baguette recently and it was tasty. I'll come back to this later. I'll come back to this bread later. I think I have to flat color everything. We gotta commit to flat coloring everything. Vest time. Bum bum. So locked in. It's cozy. See, get the outline of everything. Because even though I use layers, I feel like I don't necessarily properly put them in an order where I can just draw them under each other. Just outline the shape. Okay. Get it just right. Color this side. I think I want to stick to like my color palette instead of a Christmas or winter color palette. But we'll see. Sometimes I feel like I should use some different colors. My layer art order is always super random, right? People that organize their layer order on top of everything else is, I don't know. They're a different beast. Okay, so I felt like I wanted to make this like an orange, and then this can be white. Oh, that's kind of cute. Back in the day, instead of layers, you would do a trick with plexiglass and reflections to paint without line art. Back in the day. Yeah, there are some crazy techniques to get that effect. Yeah, I feel like this is quite cute. And then I can adjust the opacity if I want. I'm gonna go ahead and merge those. Do I always wonder, I feel like I'm more orange than yellow, right? But I use so much yellow in my art because it's such a cute color. I'm kind of like, I feel like sometimes when I see oranges, they feel like more reddish oranges than my orange. I want like a soft pastel orange. That's my color palette. That's my favorite color. Now it's my favorite color. You are the sun and the light and we love you. Is that helpful? Yeah. She said radish. Reddish? Radish? Ooh, that's cute. Let's make this like the borders darker. Saturate. That now looks more brown. So I have to sit at like a nice warm orange. Warm, dark orange. For the skirt, my instincts tell me dark brown, but I also think like navy blue would look good. So cute. Thank you. Hello. I hope you are doing so well. Let me see. I might have to come back to the skirt later, but I'm on the fence. I'm gonna be on the fence between like a dark brown or like a very deep blue, because blue is complementary colors with orange, and sometimes I love to draw a little blue or like have denim parts in my art because it looks so nice. It balances all the warm colors out, but that's also just so cozy. I think I should color the other parts before deciding. Let me see. Let's get like a navy. The navy is cute too. Oh, I don't know. I have to come back to this later. I'm gonna leave it uncolored so I don't gain bias. I love the blue. It's nice, right? It like adds like a cool colored, cool tone balance. You're so good at drawing skirts. I've read so much shoujo manga in which everyone has a cute preppy skirt at some point in the series, if not mostly throughout the series. I just love preppy fashion though. The brown skirt's giving chocolate croissant, but I like the blue skirt too. That's the thing, the dark brown is really giving like hot cocoa, and I like that, but I'll decide in a bit. I'm gonna color, I think once I color the leg warmers and color my hair, I'll have a better idea of what I might like. Cream leg warmers are my weakness. Don't at me. Cream colored leg warmers. Oh, the thing is, the shoes are gonna be like a kind of rich brown. The shoes being these leather loafers, I feel like they would be pretty rich brown color. The cool contrast is also nice. Yeah, there's arguments for either, right? But I think, you know, the fun part is it's our art, so we get to pick. I think this brown is too red. Make it more of like a neutral brown. Little bit red. 2 versions easy. I tend to be the type to like want to commit to one though, you know? Especially if it's art I'm sharing. Like, yes, I could always keep the 2 of them, but I want one of the versions to be like, oh, it's hard to decide. It's hard for me to decide. I like both. This brown I would probably actually change to be like more of maybe this color. Ah, oh, the brown's so cozy. It's okay. Commitment hard. And then you ask someone else to pick for you. But I think part of being an artist is practicing, I guess, those decisions too, though. That's why I'm not making chat vote right now, because I guess I want to be able to decide for me. Yeah, that's my honest thought about it. Where I'm like, I want to practice deciding what I like, because eventually, you know, all an art style is, and I guess currently I have an art style, right? I would consider myself to have an art style. Everyone does. Even if you think you're still finding how you like to draw. I think all an art style is like a combination of your choices. And so I guess I don't want to fall into a trap of, and I would also advise this to like people that are like picking up art as well, or just draw for a hobby or draw a lot and want to think about their style, where it's like, I guess it's always good to, you know, get other eyes on your work and learn that way. But it's a balance between that, like learning from critique from others or like other eyes, and also just knowing what, I guess, recognizing what you genuinely like. Because all an art style is a set of choices. All an art style is quite literally a set of choices. If you see it like flash, the color flash, it's because I'm adjusting how sensitive the border is for my color fill. But yeah, all an art style is, at the end of the day, is a collection of your choices. You chose to draw the eyes this way instead of that way. You chose to leave the line art rough, or you decided to clean it, right? So it is a choice. I mean, my own art too, I think about it all the time, where I'm like, I've decided to spend my time doing a rough piece, but one that I think looks really cute and I'll be proud of, compared to like doing a very finished piece right now. Because if I feel the most motivated, or if I'm having the most fun drawing this piece right now, then I know it'll come out better than being like, oh, but I plan to do that other piece. I should push myself to do that now. A physical reflection of your actions. Yeah, it's like a lot of things are just kind of small results of your choices. And I think art is such a nice, it's such a beautiful thing, because it's like the most, I don't know, it's so human. All it is a collection of things that you like and what you want. And so whenever I see art styles, right, varying art styles, or art styles that are, you know, like I would consider my own art to be like in like an anime inspired style, right? Anime, manga inspired style. But regardless of how unique the style might look, literally, it's just like, well, That is a collection of my choices, and I want to feel like I'm having fun every time I draw something. Like maybe you don't do X and that just became part of your work. Yeah, like maybe you genuinely don't like to... I don't know. I'm thinking of an example. I guess I don't always like doing clean line art or super detailed rendering. I do it once in a blue moon, but I wouldn't consider it something that I like really like doing. And that's why a lot of I would consider this artwork to be closer to what I think is my most authentic art style, because it's what I actually draw when given full creative freedom, you know? It's not a style to match someone else's style. It's not like a detailed painting because I think to myself I should make a detailed painting. It's like, this is how I draw when I just genuinely want to have fun. And I like that. And it's nice, but I think it's a balance between this and whenever I do harder stuff, it's because I want to challenge myself, because then I'll improve and I'll be like, oh, at least like I can do that. I have like the skills to do a detailed painting sometimes. I forget the quote and who said it, but someone said you develop your own style by attempting to do new things without knowing all the technique behind it. Ooh, that's a fun one too. I actually find that interesting because it's almost juxtaposes some of the things that you're like taught when you learn art, if you have any art education. And I, having had a decent amount of art education, I would say, probably more than average, like a lot of art classes, I pursued it really hard. And so I think something that I was taught a lot by very good teachers actually is your art style kind of comes out naturally over time, because the best way to put it is if you learn a technique, you'll get really, really good at breaking it. If you learn to draw something a certain way, like the technical, the quote unquote, the right way, you'll get so good at breaking it. And I think that it does make your art, like, it does make your art improve when you have the technicality to back the style. Style is the stuff you get wrong. Oh, that is definitely a fun quote, but I almost want to say style to me is like stuff that you purposely get wrong. Because when people play with the proportions, right? When artists play with proportions in their work, I love it because it's like you're doing that on purpose. There's a lot of times where I have pushed myself to draw in like a very, very different style from my style. And I learn stuff, even if I decide to not stick to drawing that way. But I do think amongst young artists, and even me when I was just starting to take my illustrating and art more seriously, I feel like there's kind of this overemphasis on, oh, I must find my personal style like soon, because everyone wants to be, I guess in one way or another, like unique, right? But I kind of am under the impression, after all this time I've spent drawing too, it definitely comes to you naturally, and it's not something that you have to worry about too much. Like, you're free to just draw however you want and continue to change it whenever you want, because I think that'll help you grow as an artist. So that's kind of why it's so much fun to like play with a new brush or even a new program, because it's like, whoa, I'm like doing something different. I'm kind of rehashing my process as I knew it in the past. I'm getting real technical with the talk, but you get what I mean. Wow. I love seeing different proportions different artists do. Yeah, it's like I aim to have somewhat realistic proportions, but I know for a fact, I think on average I draw quite big heads and definitely very big eyes. But that is something I know about my own art style. Just draw and it'll naturally come out. Bro, you have a chameleon style, hey? Everyone has a chameleon style. Or some people have really chameleon styles where they're like, I feel like drawing in this style today, and they can just draw it because they taught themselves how to technically. Oh, you're talking to Kyle. I'm sorry, I couldn't tell. It's hard because YouTube doesn't have the replies. And for the most part, we're just all participating in one big conversation together anyway. I have yet to find a brush I'm really fond of. I keep on trying new ones because they don't suit me. After all, I think like testing out new ones, I hope that process continues to be fun. But are you like looking for... I guess, are you looking for one that's like really fun to draw with? Because sometimes that changes for me too. I almost always default back to my favorite pen though. Procreate's technical pen with a couple of setting adjustments I made randomly just so that it like... All I did is I took their default pen and then I like drawing with it at 90% opacity instead of 100. And then I I tweak the settings until it like feels really yummy. I'm so envious of people who can just switch styles on a whim. Wow. All right, the art talk's making me want to do art, but I gotta eat first. Wow, enjoy your meal. I must have used the default G pen or the pencil. Oh, that's right, because you also use you use Clip Studio, right? I wouldn't say that. I think you do have an art style, Kyle, for sure. And I think that you can definitely just keep drawing the stuff that you really enjoy. But I also feel like the way you draw, from what I've noticed over time, right, is you're very authentic to... I think because you draw mostly VTubers, from what I've seen, right? You've been drawing VTubers for quite some time, and I think that because you're drawing from like the affection for your Oshis, for lack of a better term, right? I personally noticed that rather than saying, I guess, chameleon art style, but it's like, it's more like parts of their model, like parts of their biblically accurate model sheet, like bleed into how you draw them. It's not a bad thing at all. I think it can definitely be a strength too. It's really just about what you like and what you want, you know? I feel like that's what Remy was trying to say too. But I agree though, Nemi. I'm also pretty jealous of people who can switch styles whenever, because it seems fun. It's like, what? You can just do that? But I do think it takes so much time and practice to be able to do that I'm like, I'll just be patient with myself. I want to like level up and improve my personal favorite style. Does this look like bread? This totally looks like bread, right? Heh. Little bread headphones for the flower friend. Bread earmuffs. I want to learn every dang medium. You know, all you gotta do... This is gonna sound so cheesy, but you can learn every medium. You can learn a lot of mediums in your time, but do you guys know about like the... I think it's like 10,000 hour? There's like a 10,000 hour rule. My art teacher, one of my personally favorite art teachers, talked about this a lot. The 10,000 hour rule is pretty much kind of this baseline and this number that they put out there, but you know, with some research to back it. The 10,000 hour rule is it takes 10,000 hours to reach mastery in any craft. Whether it's something like music or art or just like any skill. If you do something for 10,000 hours and you just genuinely give it, you know, a good shot, I think that the 10,000 hour rule says by the time you hit those 10,000 dedicated hours, you will be considered quite excellent at whatever thing you were doing. Is it the person who has Truck-chan as an OC? There's this person who attempted so many different styles from games and stuff. They absolutely nailed every single style too. I saw them popping off on Twitter, which is awesome because we need that to happen. We need that to happen to keep encouraging, you know, new artists. That seems reasonable. Yeah. So it's one of those things where it's like, if you want to learn a medium, you gotta just start. That being said, like the 10,000 hour rule, this is something my teacher was telling me about when I was a younger artist as well. Something about the 10,000 hour rule to note is 10,000 hours, you gotta be actually like working on those things. Cause basically if I only draw, you know, anime girls as I do for 10,000 hours, I'm gonna get really good at drawing anime girls, but I won't be able to draw backgrounds. So it's not like I'm a mastery at all art, you know? If I want to draw really good backgrounds, I have to put the 10,000 hours into that. And so I feel like there is kind of a level of balance where you can work on more than one thing at once, but you don't have to tackle all of it, you know? Yeah, that one person with the OC that has red hair. Yes, Truck-chan. She has red hair and like the goggles on her head. Yeah, they're putting out so many of those really efficiently. I'm really glad that their art popped off and I saw so many people like drawing or trying to do the same challenge themselves. I'd like to do that sometime. Actually, wait, after I finish drawing this, let's try it. Let's do an experiment. I will draw myself in a different style just to show you guys. Because that's something I used to do just to like study, really. Because I do think that there's you can learn a lot studying your favorite artists and art styles. All right, blush on the knees, my favorite. Like just like the free run angle. Yes, the free run angle popping off is also another great example of like people coming together and just like celebrating, I suppose, celebrating art, challenging themselves. It's such a good time. It makes me so happy. I love that trend. Yeah, I love that. Honestly, I love whenever art trends come up because it's like, yes, give me the yummy and beautiful camaraderie, you know, of artists. I don't usually add these little cheek highlights, but honestly, I see doll artists do it all the time and I'm like, it's so pretty. So you can even get really influenced by something like that where it's like not 2D art, but rather technically 3D art. And it ends up looking really cute. Looking so cute. Thank you. Thank you so much. I am currently, I think, closing in on the... Well, I wouldn't say the finish line. But I'm closing in on how I want this piece to look. Let's see. The blush. And on the flower friend themselves, of course. Love putting blush on characters. It's like putting on makeup. Shading skin feels like that too. Feels like I'm applying makeup onto a cute little character. And then I like to like blush the flower friend's ears. Love adding cheek blush lines. Yeah! I love blush lines. Sometimes I do small ones, and then depending on the piece, sometimes I do really big ones. But for instance, for ones like this, I add the cheek lines because it looks cute in the sketch, but then afterwards, I recolor them. Like more saturated. Like I recolor them to be Still visible, but not like black lines. I don't even draw line art in black. This is just like super dark brown. That's just something I picked up and I was like, oh, I like this. And then it ended up being part of my style. The super dark brown line. You can see exactly what color I use. It's right behind my head, actually. This is the color that I use. It's just like a kind of saturated, neutrally saturated, very dark orange brown. I even use it for characters and drawings that don't look like me and like aren't very overwhelmingly orange. Fits your color palette, for sure. Oh gosh, this came out really cute. I'm already liking this a lot. I think I want to add to the saturation of my skin tone here. Yeah, let's start tackling the eyes. Sometimes the first thing I render is the eyes. But for this one, I really like how they look already. Actually, with very little rendering. Let's see. I like to make the outer sides of the lash line lighter. That's just something I picked up from looking at illustrators that I really like. I feel like it makes it softer. I adore the hat so bad. Yay! I think it looks cute too. Thank you. Thank you guys for saying earlier that you liked my really old sketch, which kind of inspired this one. Just the hat. But yeah, I like to make the lash lines like softer. She's so moe and girl crush. Yippee! Oh, to be girl crush. I do think my art style is a bit moe. Maybe more so than me as a person. I let all of my love for really, really cute things like ooze out in my art. Ooh, I kind of like that. New eyeballs unlocked. I haven't really drawn eyes in this style, but that looks cute. I like that. We're gonna do that. Oh gee, that's so cute. I was just like, I like that the ombre is made with like the lines. Yeah. New style perk unlocked. You are so moe. Eh. For me, it's interesting. For me, interestingly enough, I recently picked up the opposite, making the inner part of the lash line lighter and only the outside dark. I do like the teeniest bit on the inside and then mostly the outside dark, but that's kind of like what I picked up. Funny how that works out. Oh my gosh, she's so sparkly. Look into these eyes. I would give you anything, sweater vest Mintmai. That's weird for me to say, but yeah, I like these eyes though. Okay, nice. Radiating, warm, comfy winter vibes. Yes, exactly what I was going for. Yes. Let me see if I like it more if I like close up the top. Yeah, I do like that. I think I do like that. Oh, it's so cute. I like how this is coming out. Yay! We love when we're happy with our own work. Okay, this time I don't really like the nose highlight. I think I just want to keep it like soft and blushy. Oh, here's a group. Okay. And then... oh, there's an alpha lock layer. I wanted to liquefy it. Maybe I don't need to, though. I almost want to move the eyes a little lower. I think I can do it. I think I can do it anyways. Let me move the eyeballs a little bit lower. You'll see the difference when I do. Carefully select around the eye area. I can patch in any line art that I mess up doing this. But I think it'll look better if the eyes... it looks better on the proportion if the eyes are just like a little bit lower. See the difference? Oh, I think I moved them too low that time, actually. Just a little lower. So 1 versus 2. 1 and 2. Actually, I'm gonna give it one more try. Subtle, but makes a facial difference. It's not perfect yet. There we go, I like that one. Hello, good evening! We're working on some winter art right now. Cute maxing. I don't know when I started saying maxing so much. I must have picked that up somewhere. Cute maxing. I feel like it actually started during VCraft. Or after. I think it was after VCraft. I heard people talking about RP maxing. And I was like, wow, yeah, I was also RP maxing, and then I've been putting maxing at the end of everything now. It's Jover. All roads lead back to VCraft. I can't even say whoa without thinking of a certain sheriff. I can't say witchcraft normally. I say witchcraft. Because of Clifford. All roads lead back home. You know what they say. We were so close to not talking about VCraft. I literally already said witchcraft today. No one has a counter on me, you know? I'm safe. I feel like if I mention VCraft, it's more of like a, oh, there she goes again, instead of like a VCraft mention. You know? If I mention VCraft, it's like, oh yeah, it's another day. It's another day in the neighborhood. She misses grandma again. We don't go by days since VCraft mentioned here. We go by minutes. I feel like it's not like I bring it up like a lot. It's more like, I obviously do things and I move along with my days with non-VCraft related activities. But that doesn't mean that I don't think about it as like, it's like almost, I think about it like a favorite story, like a favorite book or a favorite, you know, manga. I think about it more like that, if that makes sense. But it's one that I lived through to be all nice and dramatic. It is one that I feel like I genuinely like lived through and breathed a lot of life through. So like just to me, so I hold it very close to my heart, but it just kind of feels like a favorite short story. Yeah, it's like referring to your favorite piece of media. Because it was so immersive that I'm like, I also kind of enjoy it from a third-party perspective, even if that doesn't really make sense. bows my head a little bit. You'll have to forgive me. I won't be able to stop thinking about it for my life. I won't be able to stop loving the characters and just like, you know, both the silly events and the serious ones for very long time. Ever, actually. I gotta be honest with myself. Not stopping you. Yeah, but we have no counter. We have no counter. But I do think I should intentionally try to not make everything about it, right? Because it's true that not everything is literally about it, but I'll be able to see it everywhere. It's like when you have a favorite, you know, like I said, you have a favorite thing, and then suddenly the world is colored with it. And that's pretty beautiful. I think that's special, and it's not a feeling that needs to be pushed down or let go of. Wait, it isn't? What isn't? Like how my world's colored by of you. Blah, blah. So cheesy. Blah. Blah. Pweh, pweh. The sweet taste in my mouth. Pweh. Suddenly noticing it and all the little things. Yeah, there's something really nice in that. Pweh, pweh. Anyone else tasting this very strong Swiss cheese? I'm doing really well. I hope you're doing so well too. We're doing some art today. I have not decided what color I want the skirt to be. Oh gosh. My account being 90% of insert Oshi core tweets doesn't show that enough. Huh? Lauren! Thank you so much for the Supan! The pink Supan! Big snack fund and gift fund! What the heck? Thank you so much! That's so sweet! I just realized I can like these. I forgot I can do that. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Warren. You really didn't have to. I really appreciate it though. Happy holidays! I will get myself a little snack. Don't you wait, you call it Supan, I'm gonna cry. We brainstormed it together a while ago. And I really appreciate for our friends for helping me come up with some things. But yeah, memberships. It's memberships. And then there's Supans. Thank you so much. Also, that art is adorable. Thank you. I can't decide what color I want the skirt to be. I'm leaning blue right now, but brown is so cute, so I'm like, oh. Let me see. What if it's like a darker brown? What if it's almost like a brown gray? Ooh, I kind of like this, but then it looks more like, it looks kind of like my hair. Oh, I can't decide. As the stream falls to my knees. No, it's okay. I actually don't remember which one it was precisely. Wait, gray is cute too. Shopping with Mintmai. I guess now's the time I can make the background white and work from there. Oh, this one is great. Ah, I want the gray one. I want the gray one, but let's see. I like go on a slider and see if I want it to be a cooler gray. Something about gray skirts is so cute though. Like a nice gray textured shirt. It feels very wintry. The neutral route. Yeah, let's go with like a kind of a warm gray. And actually, I think I'll make this lighter. And the shoes, I was just in the middle of coloring. I feel like a lot of the time A lot of the time I use ombres for like simple shading, but I don't want to rely on them too much. But they're so useful. It's part of my style almost. Because I feel like even just like a little ombre on the edge, right? It like adds some depth. And then I go back in with an actual shading brush. And I can like color things in as I want to. The top half would be darker because then it widens and more light can hit these parts of the skirts. All right, that's not bad at all. That's very nice. I like that. I'm just talking to myself now. Oh, about the arts. Fits the motif? Yeah, subtle gradient. I use them all the time. I feel like I like this being mostly pretty flat colors. Okay, now let's shade the shirt. Tend to use a warm gray to shade white colors. I feel like it looks cute and neutral that way. I feel like when I first started drawing like white t-shirts and whatnot, I always thought that you were supposed to shade them with like blue. But that doesn't work unless your whole drawing is kind of cool toned, right? So I learned soon enough that I like using a warm toned gray for those. This part continues like that chin shadow that I had going on. Ooh, it's turning out very cuteful. We take those. Because the legs are like this. I'm gonna add a bit of a shadow and blend it out. That didn't blend very nicely, but you get the idea. Sometimes I'd even go in and like, yeah, I think that's nice. Make the whole leg in the back darker. I'm surprised by how much I like the gray skirt. I don't own a gray skirt. I think I should. After looking at this, I have really cute like tan and white and denim skirts, but I don't own a gray skirt. I think I need one now. I love fashion. The gray skirt is really nice. I've seen them in like photos. Because I actually really like a QB fashion, even though I have never worn it and I don't think I would. I just like looking at photos of it though. It's kind of like they use like gray, black, white a lot, and I like that it's neutral colors. Kind of a fun aesthetic that I don't see as much of. But I would totally get like a gray skirt like this. It looks cute. Okay. I need to color the bread now. I'm ready for the bread. I feel like that's not the right color there. Here we go. Gray skirt is so cutie, right? Gray skirt and leg warmers and loafers. Are we cooking? Okay, guys, I've been on another. Just because I've been talking a lot about Dungeon Meshi because they recently had like a pop-up and everything. But I recently have been finally reading something I've been putting off reading, which is Ryoko Kui's her previous works, like her previous. She doesn't have another like epic sort of plot line, epic longer plot to my knowledge, before Dungeon Meshi, but she has like these short mangas that she's written, which are super fun reads. So I feel like once I'm done with this, I want to doodle myself in her style. Oh, the Tade-chan standee you got is so lovely. I love Tade-chan. And also, I feel like Ryoko Kui is easily my favorite mangaka. Well, I mean, because Dungeon Meshi is my favorite manga, but also because her technical, like her art style and technicality aligns so much with just like the kind of stuff I love. She is able to draw so much so well. And I'm like, oh, it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. She's able to tackle a lot of things that I also think are my personal weaknesses. Like for instance, drawing men and drawing really like people with really drastically different features, right? And that, I think that's something that I personally feel like it's my own personal requirement to myself, that I should be able to draw all of those things to be a better artist. Even if they're not things that I necessarily share for stream and whatnot. Like in the past for work, I've drawn a pretty wide breadth of like things, but I feel like in my personal enrichment time, I also want to be able to draw such a diverse and breadth of characters. And like the way she thinks about like fantasy races is like, there's so much thought put into everything. I love it. I love it. Where definitely she really will draw anything and everything, and she's good at it too. But yeah, I was reading her, let me look up what it's called for you guys, but it's the Dragon School is at the top of the mountain. I was reading that and I really enjoyed it. Yeah, the Dragon School is on top of the mountain. It's like an anthology, but like her work there, it looks, some of the drawings look really different from Dungeon Meshi, but it's so interesting to me that like some of the writing stuff, I'm like, I see how she could have later on gone to like develop and think about Dungeon Meshi's like world building, because there's some really interesting stuff in there and I highly recommend it for people that like it. You saw that at the library recently and hesitated getting it? You should check it out, especially if it was at the library near you. I really liked it. It's like an anthology and it's cool to see. There's like one short, you know, they're all like one shots within an anthology. There is a one shot, which I think is the reason for the title, you know, the Dragon School is at the top of the mountain. I feel like there's definitely something there that followed into Dungeon Meshi. And without discussing things further, I will say I think it's interesting because part of the Dragon School short story within that anthology is the school, they study dragons, but dragons are pretty much obsolete in Japan. They're just kept alive for like, they're like government funded to be kept alive even though like machinery has replaced their roles in society. Like dragons were used to transport goods or for like agricultural purposes, but the short story talks about how those like dragons have been phased out of being trained for those things, and they're also so kind of expensive to like feed and upkeep. It's about how they no longer fit in society, and so the school of studying dragons is like one of the students is extremely passionate about finding a practical use for dragons like in society. And I was like, wait, she's cooking. I don't know, I like really liked that short story. I really liked that short story in particular amongst the ones I've read. There were other ones that were really touching or just like wacky, you know, like wacky and interesting. Because she's good at, I do believe that's a great strength of her writing, being able to write something that might be perceived as kind of weird or funky in a way. Yeah, highly recommend. Let me see, let me reclip these because I made a version that I merged. Okay. Oh, eyes before and after rendering. Let's go. I'm having a lot of fun, guys. And I can't wait for our holiday party tomorrow, too. It's definitely a lot more than usual for me to be streaming every day. Like, it was a special exception this week, and I'm glad that I could make time in my schedule to hang out so much before I'm traveling. And that way, also, I was thinking there's a lot of VODs to catch up on for people that miss me. If you're like, I feel like I want to hear Mintmai yap about something, there's like a lot of VODs now. Traveling to where? Well, I can't exactly say where. I'm traveling to the great kingdom of Breddington. Because I'm going to my parents' house. And so, yeah, I would not be able to say where. But yeah. What was the story about dragons called? It's a short story. It's a short story within Rokokui's anthology called The Dragon School is at... Yeah, let me just copy and paste the name. It's an anthology of like fantasy stories. The Dragon School is on top of the mountain. It's not one of the early chapters. I feel like you would have to read through some of the other ones to get to it. But the other ones are worth a read as well, in my opinion. It's a good read. Thank you. Yeah. Also, while you're there, she has another short story anthology, which is 34 chapters, I think. And it's like surprising how different her art style is. But also, there's parts where I'm like, I saw this style in Dungeon Meshi. Me being a nerd points at panel. I see it. I don't know how old this one is, but it's Terrarium in Drawer is her other work. And that's all I personally could find, but I really like her work a lot. Terrarium in Drawer. This is the other one to read. I personally read Terrarium in Drawer first, and then I read The Dragon School is at the top of the mountain. I don't know what the release time or like days were for them. It'd be interesting if Terrarium in Drawer came out first. I couldn't really tell, actually. Maybe I wasn't looking close enough at the art style, but it all looks like her style still. Let's see. It's fun drawing alongside you. Yippee! That makes me so happy. I hope that you're so proud of yourself for drawing today. It's not all about whether or not, you know, like how you feel about the end result, because I know all artists sometimes we're like, I drew so much today. But it's not all about exactly how much you got done or whether or not you super love the drawing, but rather I feel like you should feel proud of yourself for just doing some drawing today. I'm glad we could draw together today. It's like a nice cozy indoorsy activity. good pastime. Okay, I think like this. Clean that up a little in post. Oops, wrong layer. Okay, I think it's so funsies, right? I think I'm almost done with this. We're missing one final thing. A little bit of a Mintmai trademark, if you will. I think I could add like a pin. Usually they would put embroidery on this chest, but that's why I'm like, let's have a little pretzel pin. On the vest and like a little cat pin. I've drawn like 6 lines on my Secret Santa. You're doing so amazing. One cannot help but chit chat with Mintmai. People have told me that before. They're like, I'm watching you stream, I'm gonna be so productive, and then they're like, no, I'm just sitting down for the conversation now. I'm sorry. At the same time, you know, it's great if you can take a break from things as well. But that's why whenever I need to lock in, I watch VODs instead of watching live. But then I still wanna support my friends, so then I watch their stream but muted. So productive, it's okay. Talking is too fun. Yeah, chatting is fun. I think it's nice when you can just like pick what you're in the mood for, you know? Sometimes I just genuinely have like sit back and lurk days because I just want to. So real. This is my cat. Oh gosh, my cat was... I saw my cat make biscuits for like the first time the other day. I got really emotional and then I cried and then I forgot to tweet about it because it was just such an emotional moment. in like the 2 years I've had my cat, like my oldest cat, my first cat, he never made biscuits, and I assume that that's because just like I don't really know. I like rehomed him. So I figured it must have to do something with, you know, probably however he was born, because cats, they make biscuits because it's like their mom, right? But I feel like he was probably separated from his mom pretty young. To my knowledge, I believe in, you know, just like rehoming cats that need homes as opposed to like shopping for one from a breeder. But I understand I got really lucky just with chance and cat distribution system. But I assume that he was probably separated from his mom really young because he doesn't ever make biscuits. And then yesterday he made biscuits like on me, and I got really emotional because I like don't, when I had him, I say it like I gave birth to him because I did. But when I brought him home, he was like, Pretzel was like under a year old, but he had already been going through a few different homes before reaching mine. And for whatever reason, people kept not wanting to keep him because he was loud at night. They didn't state that as the reasoning, but that was my guess, because he's such a sweet kitty. Like, I'm like, there's no possible reason you would ever let go of this cat. Like, but he had already been through at least 2 other homes before I found out that he needed a home, through just like a friend who was talking about it, like on social media. They're like, I know someone and they're rehoming the cat, blah blah blah. And I was like, that is the cutest cat I've ever seen. And yeah, I brought him home and he never made biscuits. And I was like, oh, like maybe he probably just doesn't, because I don't know, like how, whatever circumstances he was like growing up in, And I was like, yep, I guess that's just how it is. And then he made biscuits on me. Like I was laying down and he cuddled with me and then he made biscuits on me and then I cried like a grown-up. I cried like the big girl I am. Seeing my cat make biscuits on me for the first time and I was like, you do make biscuits? Sometimes people are not understanding of high energy kitten behavior. I think it was, I don't know, because he was like really yowling at night, like every night since I first brought him home. But it only lasted the first week and then he stopped, and since then he's actually been like the most perfect and he's like my most well-behaved baby. My other two kitties, you know, they were bouncing off the walls when they were kitties. But I think it's because I got him when he was already like older than... Not a full year old, but I think he was older than like 7 months. And he's not even a very energetic cat. He's a very lazy cat. I think he's a lazy boy. But yeah, he had been through a few houses for whatever reason and it like wasn't working out. And I was like, but why? I mean, I guess you never know other people's circumstances, but my theory is he was meant to end up in my home. My true theory, which is, you know, most certainly real, because I believe it, is that he was my long lost son all along. Yeah, but yeah, I got so emotional about it. I was like, oh, you make biscuits, oh. Because the truth is, I think also because of however his upbringing was, he's also a very... He's like an anxious cat. Like I didn't know that cats could maybe be anxious, but I quickly found out that he doesn't feel safe around like a lot of things. And so when friends first wanted to initially meet my cat and such, like I have to introduce, like he takes some time to like warm up. He goes and hide. He used to go and like hide in the rooms. When I first got him, he would hide like in my room, wherever that was, if any guests were over. But that kind of went away with time, and now that he has siblings, like I brought home siblings like a year ago. Now that he has 2 other cats, like he feels like he's a lot more trusting just in general. And I don't know, it's just really sweet when like when you're firstborn, when your baby seems like they're like coming around like that. It's very emotional. My cat got more social as she aged and now she greets everyone. That's so cute. Oh my gosh. One of my housemates, she adopted this cat, right? And she was always like kind of a diva. This was before I got my cat, but she had a cat that was like, or she has a cat that was like a diva. This is before I moved and everything, but I still see her a lot though. Like we live close to each other. Me and that one housemate that doesn't live with me anymore. But like, you know, we're still close friends. She just moved for work, so yeah, we all kind of moved for just like better renting conditions and also work. But yeah, I still see her and her cat, but every time I see her cat, because that's the first cat I lived with, I'm like, oh my goodness, you've become such a sweet old lady. When I first started streaming, that was actually because I didn't have Pretzel then. When I first started streaming, that was actually the cat that would come and like sit in front of my monitor sometimes. Like she would sit in front of my monitor as I was streaming and I'd be like, she's here, the Stinky. We would jokingly call her Stinky even though she doesn't actually stink. But she's just like so diva and sassy and like didn't really get along with like people. But now she's like so chill and I'm like, oh my gosh. And when I talk to my housemate about it, she's like, yeah, she aged. And I'm like, oh. But like she's so much more tolerant of like me petting her now. Like she always liked pets, but like the most from her mom. But it's like she's like such a sweet old lady now. It's a 5-year-old cat, you know? because she was also rehomed, and I was like, sweet old lady, she's 5, which is like not even that old, but like I see her demeanor, and she like just sits down, and she just sits there and looks at me, and I'm like, do you remember when we lived together and you would wreak havoc as a little kitten? Or not a kitten, but like a smaller cat. I'm like, do you remember? Do you remember me? But I'm like, oh, you've become such a sweet and like, I don't know, polite old lady. But you know, some cats I know, some friends or acquaintances cats I've met, they've gotten older, but oh, they become grouchy. Cute though, they become grouchy old kitties. And that tends to happen, and that's part of the reason why I have one of my cats, you know, Pretzel, was because he couldn't get along with like the other cat in like the 3rd potential home that he was in. But again, I think it was fate playing its cards and being like, Mintmai, you have been doing good. You've been doing your best for quite some time. You deserve your cat in your life. Yeah. So forever happy, grateful for my cats, because they do wonders. You know? Fluffy friends, they really do wonders for me. I love when they talk to me and they're like, wah! I'm like, yeah? We have a little conversation. And like, life is so good with cat. What are the kitties up to today? They're napping a lot. I think it's cause the weather. Today, oh, they were fighting earlier though. Like, not scary fighting, like play fighting. But my big cat, Almond, he battle cries before he fights. He's the most talkative kitty. He goes, ah! But he battle cries. So he looks at one of his siblings and he gets all like perched up and he goes, ah! And then he basically like jumps on them. He like tackles them. And then the other cat is like, ah! And then they like retaliate and they start having a play fight. But they don't fight like actually. I don't think I've ever needed to split them up because it's very obvious that they're just playing. But he has such a loud battle cry. He's like, wah! Ooh, this is a cute color. This is a cute color. I'm gonna wait a second. There we go. I like this very kind of gray, snowy blue. I only split up my cats when they hiss during a fight. Yeah, my cats have not hissed during a fight, which is how I know I probably don't need to split them up. Also, because I like watched them, and it's pretty obvious that like, it's pretty obvious when both of them are just kind of engaged. Excuse me. In a little wrestling match. Whoa. Let's see if like a little light pink looks cute. And then we blur that. Ooh, see now it looks like a winter dawn. Hello. Seems like my art brain just like woke up today after a deep slumber. Let me look up what snowflakes look like, because I struggle sometimes. Snowflakes are so pretty though. Isn't nature awesome? Nature's beautiful. I think I wanted these to be like puffs of breath, sort of. So I'm gonna go ahead and color them in accordingly. I want to color them to kind of have that translucent look over what part of the background they're on. And then let's add some snowflakes. So pretty! Thank you! Wow. When people with pretty art styles tell me my art is pretty, I'm like, what? What? Thank you. With my like stuffy nose. Okay. Let's see. Love this so much, thank you. Sniffs with snot. Snowflake time. I mean, that looks like a snowflake. It's like a bit minimalistic, but I want something a bit more whimsical. We can get a little extra detail in there. I think, yes, I could look up a snowflake pattern, but there is something pretty fun about hand drawing them as well. I'm gonna move these closer. I think I want the flower friends to be like right there. Or right here. It's like the bread is steaming, you know? Okay. Something beautiful about a little hand-drawn snowflake action. Little sheen from the light hitting the snowflake. Yeah, and then I want to do another pretty snowflake here. I love that there's like 6 lines. I don't know. Snowflakes are such a satisfying like pattern in nature. So awesome. So cute! Thank you! Thank you so much. After this, I'll do my fun little style study. And then we'll call it a night. That makes it sound like the style study will be quick. I doubt it will be quick. We'll probably be here for another hour. Yeah. I wanted to definitely make a winter illustration today, and it's nice. We actually made a new one. I didn't reheat my nachos. At the start of the stream, I was pulling up this old winter sketch I had never finished, and I was like, maybe I will reheat this today, and I will rework it with my 2025 skills and brain. But no, I ended up making, you know, something completely new and original. That was not my old brain and composition, although I'd still be interested in finishing that illustration to some extent. Man, they should have hired me to draw some snowflakes on Frozen. Look at me go. I can hear you, but I won't. Some look for trouble while others don't. I don't know why I have the Frozen 2 song stuck in my head when I feel like I liked the first movie and the music so much more. I feel like For the First Time in Forever is my favorite Frozen, one of my favorite Frozen songs. Because for some reason, I'm like, dude, Anna, I don't know. I love her. Something in me relates to her almost cluelessness and whimsy. I love the second movie's song so much more, to be honest. I don't know. I feel like I just liked the musical sound of the first movie too much. It could just be that I'm also just like more attached to it because I think it was a better story, but yeah, that's my bias though. I can hear you, but I won't. The next right thing makes me cry so bad. Anna is so relatable. She's just a girl. Dude, I would also... I don't know. I feel like I would also not know what to do and like fall for a random, like the random first stranger that's nice to me if I was stuck in my own home for a very, very, very long time with no other human interaction, and my own sister does not even speak to me. The first Frozen movie, I mean, I think they did the twist villain well. There are better twist villains out there. Like, I think the first Wreck-It Ralph is a really good twist villain. Like, kind of the build-up, and then it was actually more surprising. Because I feel like in Frozen 1, as soon as they introduced Kristoff, I already felt kind of iffy about Hans's presence in the story. Like, you can predict it, you know? And I guess you could say that for all twist villains, like, they give you enough hints some of the time to predict it. But I don't know. I felt like pretty good about how they handled the Frozen twist villain. But yeah, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like Anna by default was more well adjusted than I would have been if I'd been cooped up in that exact same scenario. So it's like, what can you say? Insert the ProZT skit here. Sungwon Cho is a funny guy. Everything I've seen of him is quite fun. I like his when you have a really good turn in a board game, like in a card game video. And I have 3 cheese chakras. And he like the mills and everything. Like I can't recite it from memory, but it's so funny. If you've never seen that video of his, it's worth watching. It's perfect. It perfectly expresses what it feels like to have like a really good move saved up in like anything. Me when I'm like super close to winning in Mahjong. Hello, is this the Mintmai meet and greet? I suppose so. I guess you'd be right. It is something like that, isn't it? Hi. It's great and goofy. It's really good. I will sign this top corner today. I always like to put my signature somewhere kind of subtle, but I like having it there. Little snowflake by it. Ta-da! This would make such a cute postcard or print! Noted. Note to self. Winter postcard material. But do you guys like that? I feel like, you know, I'll definitely put it in the... I'll put it in my art pile of things that I could do more with. As soon as I have any time/resources to do so. So yeah, thank you guys for always being so patient with me. I would really love to do something more with quite a few of my artworks. But yeah, this is it. I wonder... Let's test something. I wonder if I would like it if this one has like a border on it. I've been thinking of wanting it as a print too. Okay, I'll make a note to myself. I think the idea is very promising. The idea? I think a big thing I mentioned before though was just like how much work it was to run the store, which is why I haven't been releasing new things quite as often as I could. But if I do release anything, it'll just be like, you know, pre-order based. Even the prints actually, just because that way I can have like dedicate like a day to just printing and packing everything. Thank you so much for liking the artwork. Hello. We smiled. It's giving my new phone wallpaper. I see. I could put it on Ko-fi as a wallpaper maybe. But it's not sized to be a wallpaper. I'd have to I think it could be a cute phone wallpaper though if I like readjusted it. The work of it is the biggest downside of merch. It's all well and good to have a store, but scale definitely makes it vastly more complicated to keep running. Yeah, it's like I opened my own merch store, but like I also have, you know, a keen knowledge this whole time where I was like, yeah, I'm sure it'll feel different. Or like running it myself, it's a time commitment, right? But it kind of takes me away from the other things I want to do. Oops. Oh, I guess that one, I didn't close an edge somewhere. Oh, this is cute. I do kind of like the sticker outline on this. You have some of my art as your wallpaper rotation? Wah! Yeah, I haven't mentioned this explicitly, but any of the art that I post on Twitter, like, you're free to use it for, like, personal use. Like, you can use it on your, you can, like, use it on your phone as your phone wallpaper. I'm flattered that you like it so much. Yeah. There's a little crumb that I see of color. Where is she? There we go. The challenge of, am I erasing on the right layer? Probably. Or can I find what layer this tiny mark is on? The more I zoom in, the more I see the rough and ugly details that I want to erase, but I'll keep the fixing up to a minimum. Because that's kind of, that's the joy of drawing messy. I'll pretend I'll pretend that I never saw you say that your desktop wallpaper is just my thought. Scribbling the eraser on every layer, still not finding the right one. I like toggle the layer on and off to see if it disappears first. I appreciate you. That's all you have to say in response to exposing your perversion. Hey. I don't skip leg day. You're welcome, I guess. Okay. Yippee! That was exposed long ago! Ooh! Damn! Not even chat coming in with the steel hammer. Wait, what? I'm just teasing. Come again? You said monitor wallpaper, but since it's portrait zone, it's all zoomed in at the thighs. Takes a photo. Caught in 4K. Yay! Ah. You're like, I sent it and then I promptly forgot that I ever said such a thing. Yes, you are perfectly innocent. The most wholesome of them all. Yippee! Look at this! We're done! Do with that information what you will. You've seen him say worse. All in good fun. Is this the part where I do the little sound effect? Hold on. I'm not able to properly recreate it with my mouth, so I might as well just look it up. Wait, it's way too quiet. Here we go. Dun. Yeah. Okay, we finished cooking this artwork. Pachi pachi pachi. The flower print beanie so cute. Yeah, it's actually one of those fluffy hats that has like, it's got like the little beanie strings. Chris in a box, welcome to Membun. I've seen you around plenty. I see your profile picture. Very nice box. But thank you so much for joining Membunship. I appreciate it so much. Now that you've joined Membunship, please go grab the Membun wallpaper perks that you get from the membership tab if you'd like. And we also have two Membun stream VODs so far. I do at least one Membun stream a month. Yeah, just as like an extra thank you for people that quite literally support my activities, like financially. Yippee! I'm close to almost being done with my drawing too. Yay! Drawing together. What greater joy could there be in the world? I really do love art streams. I can't wait for 2026 because I definitely want to make it like a very consistent thing again. Even if it's like once every 2 weeks. But alongside gaming series, I feel like art streams are just some of my favorites for like unwinding and having... We have a lot of fun, like Zatsudan, you know, like chatting time as well between all the drawing. So I always look forward to it. Okay, well this is the art for now. I will post this after the stream, but I want to do something to challenge myself to end the stream. Dun, dun, dun. I want to do something to challenge myself to end the stream. I have to kind of arrange the file. I want to study I want to study Ryoko Kui's style. Let's do it as like a short cooldown activity. Let's see if I can find a good reference point for some of her works. Actually, I think I'll just have the file open. And then I will pull up her work on my PC monitor instead. Whoop. We're gonna do a little study. Let me see first if I can find like a nice starting point as far as a brush goes. I really, really, really love the texture of her art. Ooh. Okay, I have an illustration, a couple of illustrations I've pulled up just on my side that I can like look at. Bum 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 bum. Let me see. Yay. But I just got here. Let's see. My schedule's always posted. And in general, I don't actually know how I feel about people saying when they first arrive or are leaving a stream, because sometimes I don't know how to respond to it. I love saying hi to everyone, but it's also one of those things where it's like, streamer, I'm leaving now. I don't always know how to respond. That's just like something that's crossed my mind a little bit. Ryoko Kui is the mangaka. She is the artist and creator of Dungeon Meshi, one of my favorite series. I really, really love her art. Streamer, I'm going on an adventure. Fair enough. Adventure time. Come on, grab your friends. Do 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 do. go to very distant lands with Jake the dog and Finn the human. The fun will never end. Streamer, I'm watching intently. Suddenly I feel suddenly I feel a shiver and some pressure. I'm watching intently with hope in my eyes. I'm watching oh so very intently. Stares. Streamer, the water is boiling. Streamer, the water is boiling. I'm like, I wonder how I can get, I guess, the kind of textures that she achieves. But that's okay. I'm taking a look. Taking a look at my reference. I think I will just do like a bust, and we might not color it in one go. This is my... one of the pens I use that has this texture. And I think it might be good to use for this. Streamer, I'm making gigantic, satisfactory spaghetti dangerously over the void where I keep falling. Streamer 789. Dang. Now we... What's the number between 8 and 10 then? We don't have it anymore? It's gone? Streamer, the Uma Musume is here. OMG, is that a Wendy shoe brush? Yes, it is! I was about to advertise them because whenever I talk about the Procreate brushes, like all of the texture brushes I use are from Wendy Shoes Kofi. Spelled exactly as you spelled it. Streamer, it was actually... I have no comments about 6-7, you know? It's just kind of nothing to me. Like, it's funny sometimes, depending on the context. I just feel like as... I know myself, and I'm like, okay, and I know how the internet works. I simply have no reaction to it. Because if I react to it, then people will be like, haha, it annoys her, and then do it more, unfortunately. I think that's how the internet works. Although I know if I respectfully asked Flower Friends to not do it, that you wouldn't. But what I mean is, in general, I don't entertain it at all. Simply out as a personal rule. I have not seen that. I know that it's just another trend, you know? That's here, and I don't know if it's just here to stay or it's just like here for a while. But yeah. You can ask us if it annoys you, but it doesn't. You know? Like it doesn't particularly get to me, which is why I prefer to just have no reaction at all. Yeah. It's more so for the, I guess, I don't know, for the enjoyment and the sanctity. No, I'm kidding. It's more so because I don't think it doesn't say anything, you know? The numbers 6 and 7 being next to each other doesn't really say anything. And I enjoy our funny antics and the genuine conversation we have to have. So like, as long as it doesn't ever like flood chat, then it's fine. As long as it doesn't become like rowdy and disruptive, you know? And I think people know where to draw the line. You are all mature enough, I would assume, to know when is and when is not an appropriate time. And if it ever comes in at a very inappropriate time, then I would just point that out or ban accordingly, you know? Let me think. I feel like Yoko Kui does not always draw eyelashes, but sometimes they do. I really like Really like her work. You know, I'm gonna look at some art from Dungeon Meshi. Like some panels from Dungeon Meshi as reference as well. Okay. Nice. I feel like getting the eyes is like the hardest part of these like style studies. Actually, starting the style study, I should do more of a sketch. She draws them when they fall off. Looks at Stone Marseille. That is really funny and very specific. Like usually she does. I feel like usually she doesn't draw them on Marseille or any of the characters really. But then as soon as they're falling off, then it's like, okay, now is time to draw them. This gacha you play has a collab with Dungeon Meshi and they release Laos and Marseille. Is it, oh my gosh, I already forgot the name of the game, but I have it. It's Journey, AFK Journey, yes. I was like, Arena? No, but that's a different game. AFK Arena is a different game. Yeah, AFK Journey. I played it just only for the collab. And I have Laos and Marseille. And I have Marseille maxed out, even though I don't really play the game much, but I'm just like free to play and enjoying it. There's fashion in the game. But I don't really have time to actually play it much more. I feel like a really big part of Ryoko Kui style, of Kui Sensei style, is like the noses. There is like the nostril, and they're drawn out more. I'm just like marking in. No, that doesn't look right for the eyes, but I'm marking in where the eyes would be. Love the way she draws noses. Me too. It's so satisfying. This is not the right pen for this. I'm gonna swap pens. She also draws eyes like, I mean, it depends on the character. It's pretty difficult, honestly, to get like a faithful recreation of her style. Like for instance, I like how she draws Chilchuck's eyes. Like as just dark with just the highlight. I think that's what I would have going on. It wishes to have a nose. I do. Thank you very much. I can see it clear as day myself. Love, 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 love black eyes. Yeah, me too. I love them. I can definitely already feel my own style, like affecting how I draw this and like bleeding into it. But no, I'm trying to make it look more accurate to Dungeon Meshi style. Man, the quality of mangaka's art, it's like, it's so wonderful. It's so beautiful. And her art is so incredible, just like throughout the volumes. I think that she brings down like the inner eye more than I normally would. That's kind of a big thing to note. Okay, we gotta redo this nose. She's really good at recreating the shape of freshly cut hair at the tips. Right? How does she do that? with the bangs, and her style is so consistent and cohesive. It's incredible because I read her like her other short stories and I can definitely see her style in them, but it looks completely different from like her work by the time she was making Dungeon Meshi. Or it looks different from like her work in Dungeon Meshi. I feel like generally, even if there's perspective, she keeps like the eyes pretty round. I think these should be touching the eyelids. Ah, now we're getting somewhere. Now we are getting somewhere. This is already so good. I've looked at her work so much. Just out of adoration, truly. I think the nostril can be further back, like here. And I want to tilt it because I think I still want to make it like a pose. I love how she draws like open mouths too. She does like teeth and then do you read her blog sometimes? She draws the most slice of life scenes ever. I love her so bad. Yes, I do. I do see stuff on her blog. It's so cute. We love you, visible teeth. You are so cute always. Yes. Yeah, her blog. I like her. I don't know. I just like her drawings. Whatever stuff she feels like drawing and putting there. It's great. Because I don't think she has any like socials, which is also like awesome. Oh yeah, and she would draw in the K9 pretty naturally. She has this one drawing of someone shaving, trimming wool off of a sheep-like race, and I found it so heartwarming. I think about it every day. That's so beautiful. That's so beautiful. I need to see that. I can't remember that specific, like one like that specifically right now. I wonder if I want like a wink, or maybe not. It's still uniquely different from my style. She's so inspirational. Yes. So beautiful. I'm so glad that we're living in the same timeline as so many fantastic creatives. And I guess you could say that for every, you know, timeline. I like this one though. I'm so grateful. So grateful for it all the time. It always makes me so happy to see people like making things that are so full of love and thought and care and story. I feel like the eyes should be closer together. I kind of missed the open eye now. Hold on. Come back. Come back, oomph. I miss having another open eye. Okay. Ah, you finished your drawing? Oh my gosh. Amazing. I'll take a peek later. I'm not able to be super active in Discord ever, but I'll definitely take a look. Eee. Or I'll just look at it right now. Dungeon Mincy. Dungeon Mincy. Ah. No, the drawing I was mentioning. What? In art. Art? Oh, we actually have a creative channel. Oh, the drawing. Oh, I see. Oh, not your drawing, the drawing you were mentioning. Thank you. Wait. Oh my gosh. I have not seen this. I've not seen this. This is so beautiful. What? The sheep person is so beautiful. They're so cute. It's making me feel things. Emotions. It's so beautiful. You know something I love that Rokukui does with her art too is the blush lines go this way. I love it. It's so like warm and cute. Like whenever she has like Fallen blushing, it's so cute. Like this. The fleshed body under the wool is just so cute to me. There's so much detail in that. There's so much cuteness. I don't know how to explain it. I love how she draws Fallen's blush. Me too. I guess something I never observed enough is just like how artists I like draw clothing. Because I don't know how I would draw a bow. Her clothing folds are so simple and effective. It's true. I need her art book eventually. I want it. Her art book, the daydreaming one. There are many times I came across it and I almost bought it and I was just like, I had to think about it though. I was like, I have books that I haven't read, so I should not be hasty. But alas, I still want it after all this time. Oh, please get it. It's such a prize. Wow, the Daydream Hour book. I've been wanting it for too long. I will have to entertain myself with that volume. How does she do hair now? Let me see. Take a good look at this. I feel like if I was to do Mintmai's hair in her art style, I wonder how she would handle it, honestly. But I think it would be something like this. Oh gosh, it's so cute. Her style is so beautiful. I feel like I haven't tried drawing in her art style ever. I think I'd have to make the bread look even more like food-like. I think she would handle it kind of like this though. I got it for my birthday earlier this year. Best gift to myself ever. Oh my goodness. Maybe if I downsize how many books I have, then I'll be able to reward myself with it. I just love that she like doesn't close the ends of her hair. You know? She doesn't close it. It's awesome. I mean, she does sometimes, but a lot of the times it's not, and it makes it look so like soft and pretty. I feel like the nose is usually just colored. And it's the blush that is more prevalent. It's kind of fun to break down a style that I love so much, but have not tried, like, practicing drawing in. Downsizing. I'm so sorry I have to do that, Queen. No, it's mostly just because, like, a lot of the stuff I have, I've read the books, like, cover to cover. And at one point, I'm just hoarding them because I'm not reading them anymore. You know? Like, there is a point where I think about it and I'm like, maybe I'm hoarding it, and especially if it's like something like an art book, someone else could get like a better use of it in relation to like their education or interests. Because I've read it so many, I've like read it so many times. There's definitely art books that I'm keeping for sure. Those aren't what I'm downsizing on, but it's like, there's more than I practically ever need, and so I'd rather it go to someone else. I love characters with thick eyebrows. Thick eyebrowed characters, my beloved. I wonder if my hair would be handled like this. I wonder. I'm honestly happy if I can just finish this sketch. I love when the eyebrows are thick, but not super wide. It's a cute look. Yeah, like triangle brows. So cute. Moai character trait. One of my most common design choices. I often draw myself with thicker eyebrows, even though I don't have such thick eyebrows, as you can see. They're like thin pencil lines. Yeah, but I tend to like to draw myself with somewhat thick eyebrows. I feel like if I want to study how she draws braids, I have to look at how she draws Marcial's hair. She draws braids so nice. Man. I wish I could draw braids so nice all the time. Getting there. I don't know if I would add eyelashes. Braids are a torture for me to draw for some reason. If Mintmai has any tips, then by all means. Ah! I I feel like a good way to learn to draw braids is to understand and like really, I guess, study how braids are done. Because I guess I draw so many braids because I like braids and I like wearing, you know, I like putting my hair like in a braid or braids regularly. And so I understand like how they overlay. I think if you looked at a braided piece of ribbon, it would be a really good starting point to understanding how braids look. Also, I don't know how she would handle the heart ahoge. I feel like it would just be like this instead. But alas, a heart ahoge is part of my design, so then maybe like so. Line order in braids is definitely a good place to understand. Yeah. I love your heart ahoge so much. It's just something I thought was cute. And so I have it, and it's never going away. I can never comb it down. It's literally stuck like that. And let's see. I also think it's helpful if you create like a rough sketch to show you where the braid is. Especially my hair is like dastardly to draw. I know that I chose, you know, how I wanted to have my hair done. I designed myself and like picked out my outfit and chose my hairstyle. But my braids are genuinely so hard to draw. And I know this because they go around in this loop. But that's okay. Because it's worth it for the cuteness, I think. It's worth it, question mark. I think it's worth it, and therefore, that's okay. Drawing circles, already a nightmare. A circle in a circle, oh my goodness. Well, I think the easiest way for me to explain drawing braids is they don't have to be too detailed to be successful. Here, I think a good spot to start is understanding that braids are not like... I draw them like this sometimes for simplistic style, but they're not shaped like this. Braids are actually, because of the way the hair works, braids have more of like a top heavy shape for every single segment. If you are trying to draw them, I guess, more anatomically accurate. Because when you do braids that are kind of like rounded like this, and you add the inside parts, it's definitely a stylistic choice, right? But it's because real braids work like this, where they're actually like woven in some way. And so you're not going to be able to get that naturally. Like this is just as cute of a braid. Like let's like tie it off with a ribbon. They're both really cute braids, but like stylistically, it matters. If you understand that this is how braids actually work, then you'll be able to do that and make it look stylistically nice. I never considered how the donut braid would be braided IRL. I can show you. I can show you right now because I have this drawing from the past. A blast from the past. Let me grab it. It's right here. Mintmai's hair tutorial. You start with your natural hair, you braid it into 2 braids, and then you loop it up and around, secure it, and then you're done. This is like how my hair is done. It's really, this is an old drawing. I should probably remake this. This is on Twitter somewhere in like 2022 or 2023. But here's my tutorial for you. This is like literally, also this is not mentioned in this tutorial, but to ensure that the braid looks good, there's like a hair tie there. That's how it like pinches off. Because otherwise you get this thing where like the braid is like thicker and then gets thinner and thinner and then evens out. But then that would look weird when you loop it up. And so there is like a hair tie here to like cut off, to like make it into like the twin tails. I totally did not include that in the tutorial though. I had not thought about it then. But yeah, I gave my hairstyle is definitely achievable. They're not edible. They're not edible, I swear. I swear. You can't eat them. Alright, back to this. You can see even on this here, the shape that I put inside each segment, it's like Y and then reverse Y. Because ideally, you're pretending that the hair is going like this. You see what I mean? So even if you just have Y reverse, like mirrored Y and then Y again, and then you add in the lumps, still kind of feels like a braid. I wouldn't recommend writing the Ys first though. I would say get the overall silhouette of the braid that you want first before doing that. So for this, I am trying to draw it. I am trying to draw it in a different artist's style, right? Which would matter. So I am observing and thinking about how she draws braids to proceed with this. And she does tend to do the kind of braid where it's more accurate to life, where it's like, it's a little bit bulkier on the top. And so if I loop them around, it would probably look something like this. And then she kind of does a more like minimal approach to the inside, at least in some of these artworks I'm seeing, where it's just kind of like, she actually does the Ys in the same direction on Marciel's hair in a lot of her art. She does like the same Y. Yeah, her work feels like semi-realistic. At the very least, it's very anatomically correct. But then it's anatomically correct, but then she like pushes it. And it makes it so beautiful. Yeah, so it might have looked something more like this. She's really good at capturing shapes and weight with those quick, simple lines, right? I feel like it looks deceptively, you know? Deceptively simple, her style. Because she also has like a decent amount of like line weight that she uses in her work, which totally affects things as well. But that's just kind of like how heavy you press the pen. And I think if you get really good at art, you start to understand that. There's actually a lot of times I see when she draws Marciel's braids, there's actually like a couple more lines that are shown. And I think that looks quite nice. So I'll add a few on mine too. I'll get there. Oh, honestly, enjoy the journey. That's the most important part. Enjoy that journey. I can just never get enough on quote-unquote simple art styles. Styles that just make art look so easy. I love simple art styles too, but it's another one of those things where it's like everything is deceptively simple. They have so much like technical skill behind it, right? And so sometimes it takes that, like, if you look at Ryoko Kui's blogs, she draws a lot of like I guess what we would call still life. Like, I guess a lot of her blog posts are just like observational drawings. She's just like at a museum and like draw something, you know, doodle something that she sees. And I think that level of study is what helps inform her really deceptively simple style. Because even right now I'm like drawing and I'm like, this is hard. It is so hard to get these proportions right. But she's drawn it over and over again, and she also, you know, has developed, obviously, the style for it. I think I'll leave my study here for today, but I could come back to this sometime. It could be fun to finish it off after doing some more studying, offline even. Because her lines are so much cleaner. But even then, it has that feeling. I wonder if it's hard because you're so used to one style or because it's so technical in a way. I think it's both, because it's like I can break some of my drawing habits, but ultimately this still feels like an unfamiliar style to me. It's not how I draw, it's how someone else draws, and I think that does affect how well you can do something. That's how it is for all studies, though. Very cuteful, very cuteful. I like when she does like the little blush like here. I think this is as well as I can do at the moment. You know, in the short time I gave myself to do a little study. And I'm happy with that. I think I did, you know. It's a deceptively simple style to imitate. Yes, there it is. Yeah, as soon as you add in the nose blush, I think it really makes a difference. Cute. Yeah, a little cool down, little learning moment. Wow. Look at that. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and go back to our drawing of the day, if you will. This was our drawing of the day. I might not have time to like format it into a Ko-fi wallpaper soon. I still have another Ko-fi wallpaper I need to upload. But again, thank you guys so much for liking this. I'm really proud of this myself, actually. I think it came out so cute. I realized something I wanted to add really quickly. I wanted to color this line art. Subtle, but I think it makes a difference. Yippee! Drawing of the day. This is my drawing of the day. Thank you for coming to my art stream. Thank you for hanging out with me, chatting art, chatting crushes and the tea together. It's always a really it's a really pleasant time. Thank you for, you know, all the fans and membuns today. I appreciate everyone's support very much. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for my last stream before I hang out with family for the holidays. And when we're back in January, we're gonna have a lot of fun. And I'm gonna continue, you know, I'm gonna continue to just do and be my best for all of you. I'm really grateful. I'm gonna get emo if I think too much because it's like kind of getting to the end of the year, so those kinds of feelings boil up and all that jazz. Thank you guys. Thank you. Oh my goodness, she's so cute. Mintmai. Mintmai. I'll see you guys over here. Back at the bakery. Yay! Oh my gosh. Patchy. Have a good break, Ochu. Yeah, I'll still be bugging you guys on Twitter. And hopefully I'll just have some time to like, I don't know, think about what I want to do next year. Doodle a little bit, unwind, have some offline work. But yeah. Such a fun stream. I agree. I love such a good art stream to return to after not being able to fit in an art stream in a hot second. I'm really glad that we got to do this together. Before I forget, please, I'm kidding. Please follow me on Twitter. If you want to hear from me during my vacation, because no streams for a little bit, but I think it's not that long. It's not that long. Please, yeah, please hit that notification bell and feel free to subscribe to my channel. New YouTuber. I don't know what I'm doing. I guess you can if you want to. But if you're already here and you've already subscribed and you're already tagged out with me and you like my stuff, I hope I really appreciate it. Love, thank you. Nonchalantly, you can follow if you want, I guess. I'm the least nonchalant person you've ever met. Actually, that's probably a big bold lie. I think people people that I've known for a while, they think I'm very chill. I think that I'm certified overthinker #1. But hey. So most chalant, I'm just like a medium amount of chalant. I'm like, I don't know guys. I'm like pretty chalant sometimes. Smiles. Standing man emoji. Yeah, I'm pretty chalant. I don't know. I kind of like it as on like the chalant and nonchalant, spectrum. I think I'm like a 5. No, I'm probably like a 12. I care so much. I care so bad. I care so much about everything that I put out into the world and more. Oh, I don't know. I'm a metronome. Depending on the subject, I really bounce between being very chalant and also so chill. There's balance to everything. 12 out of 5. I was thinking 12 out of 10 on the chalant to nonchalant scale. It's not like I don't know. It's not it's not like I think a lot about everything or anything, but okay, I have to stop now. I can feel my sleepiness taking over my body and turning me into turning me into a here it is. I forget how to speak. As soon as I get a little eepy, or as soon as I have like a lot of fun on stream and my little battery runs lower, I start going like but yeah. Wahoo! See you guys tomorrow. Let's go. Mintmai has streamed every day this week. Let's go. Also, don't forget to don't forget to make your ornaments if that's something you're interested in. Here's the link to that tweet again. Don't forget to make your ornaments. We're spoiled. I gotta spoil you guys a little bit before I'm gone for a while. But again, always super appreciate you guys. Wow, I care you. Thank you for being flower friend. Yay, Mintmai loves you. Yippee! I'll see you later. No rush, no rush. You guys have time during tomorrow's stream to make it as well. Bye, guys. Make sure that you take care of yourselves. Drink lots of water. Stay warm. Stay worm. Stay so worm. I'd still love you if you were a worm. Be confident. Accept yourself and just, you know, be awesome because you deserve it. Yay! That was all the sappies for tonight. Thank you so much for hanging out with me.